right, good afternoon, UJ fans. Welcome to the stream. My name is Ark. We're going to get some Hearthstone action in today. We have our second NACE qualifier this weekend. So we're going to have a bunch of the Hearthstone members on the team competing throughout the day and trying to clutch a top 8 spot to move into Sunday. So we're going to wait just a second here. We're going to be popping in between a bunch of our Hearthstone players. Nightly Faith, we have Emily, Ridger, and Clicky himself. So we're going to pop in with Evan first and see what we can get done. Hearthstone will be competing what appears to be 6 rounds today. Best of 5 series each time, run through Battlefy. Looks like Evster, little Clicky, is up against Ultimatix. We're going to see a aggro druid against a hunter matchup here. Both classes typically in the past known for quite aggressive play for the most part. Druid with a little bit more diversity in that regard. We see Clicky getting off to a nice start here, getting some removal onto the board and getting a nice little aggressive start here on turn 2. To my knowledge, this Druid deck plays a lot of smaller taunt minions and utilizes some discounts as well to get some of these taunt minions out of hand. And you see that 2-drop there is able to get him, what is that? I would say 5/7 worth of stats for 3 mana is a pretty sweet deal. So Clicky already off to a really solid start here against Ultimatix. Was that dormant minion for another turn at least. We're going to see the coin come out here. Piercing shot. We're going to have that excess damage pop back into the face here. We see the watch post coming into the hand for Clicky here. Nice little tech card. So every card now that Ultimatix will be drawing is going to cost 1 more as long as that outpost is on the field. The outpost can't attack directly. And you see the Falmont going face there, which is a bit of an unlucky scenario for the hunter in this situation. I see a trade come out here. We'll see that Demon Companion come up, but Druid very good at dealing a lot of damage early on. You see this 4-drop coming down here is going to get a nice little rush into this 1/2. Also going to give the Druid 3 attack, and I don't think that there's any real reason for the Druid to do any trading here. With Ultimatix already low in HP, it's best just to tunnel everything face. There is consideration, it appears, for Clicky here to trade, but opts to send it upstairs instead. Hunter, not a very good class at healing itself, so that 7 damage shouldn't be too much of a problem for the Druid to push through. And that watch post is really putting in a lot of work right off the bat. Here's our other players are just about ready to get started with their matches as well. Warsong Wrangler coming out. I'm going to draw a card here, but it looks like that's going to about do it for this game 1 here against Ultimatix. So Clicky off to a really solid start. Let's go ahead and check in with Bridge here, who appears to be playing a very similar Hunter variant, Face Hunter against Priest, who is running Shadow for him, it appears. Or some sort of damage buff with this hero power here is not something that you see a whole lot of. Or at least in my day when I was playing Hearthstone. I played competitively a few years ago for UJ. So the meta has definitely changed quite a bit over the past couple of years. So it's interesting to see how things kind of shape up here. You see Bridge getting a little bit of that buff. Going to go upstairs with it. Push through damage. Priest, typically a class that is good at healing itself and kind of withstanding this early game pressure from most classes. It'll be interesting to see how the priest plays this matchup with this damage effect on the hero power instead of that healing. We're going to see Mankar come down. See how good Bridge's RNG is here today. Kag here, opting just to go face. It's not fearing the hunter at all. It's going to get a little bit of that buff onto that 1-5, maybe make it a little easier to trade with. However, 17 HP is a bit of a... We're getting into a bit of risky territory here for the priest. I appreciate that the priest is trying to race the hunter to a game finish here, but you have to wonder if it's the right decision or not. We're going to see a shield come on to the 1-1 here. A 5 damage hero power to the face, and Bridge is just sending all of this damage upstairs. That taunt minion might be a bit of an issue, but it looks like he's got some answers for it. Any kind of removal that the priest is playing is almost certainly coming down this turn. And Hunter with 1 card and not much of an ability to draw is going to have a hard time finding the resources in case this board doesn't stick. Shadow Spell going to be drawn for the priest. This priest flooding the board. Going face, but I'm not quite sure if that's really the right decision from Keg here. Had a lot of minions on board that he probably could have traded off to maybe save face a little bit, but that's just going to be a game 1 win for Bridge. So off to a very good start for a couple of our players here. Let's go ahead and check in with Emily and see what we got going on here. It's like we're going to see a quest mage into what I assume is going to be an aggressive shaman here. Mage, very fun class. My favorite class by far. First flame going to come out onto the minion here. Going to give him give her a second option here. So this mage really thrives off of playing a lot of small spells and kind of bursting down the enemy later on. That stall for time is a pretty useful resource for the mage to have in this matchup. However, mage typically not a fantastic class when it comes to dealing with a lot of early game pressure. And if this happens to be an aggressive shaman, it'll be interesting to see if Emilitas can fend off some of this early pressure here. Kind of push forward to her endgame. We're going to see Captive Flow come out here. Very, very strong card. Nice little freeze onto the 2-1 to save a little bit of damage. And we already have the Sorcerer's Gambit done. So we are in business for the mage right off the bat on turn 3, which is really solid. Shaman sitting with 4 cards and a coin. Or, excuse me, have used the coin already. So we're sitting with 5 cards. That gifted card from that Cyclone there. We're going to see a Punch Face. And a Portal is going to give her a 3-cost minion. Nice little 3/3. Pretty average result, I would say. However, the mage already at 19 here. So, a bit of risky territory. See that flame come out here. One Thief going to give access to a second mage spell here. Primordial Studies. Decent, but just going to go for some heavy removal here. Ooh, that snap pick on this legendary minion here. Solarian not going to come down here. Going to favor using maybe some of the spell damage afterward. Maybe would have liked to see it just tempoed out there. Just getting the Solarian Prime later on might just be good enough to fend off some of the Shaman's pressure and kind of give access to a little bit of a swing turn. However, Emilitas thinks it's probably useful just to hang on to it for a turn or not. With this Whack-a-Mole Hammer, just more and more damage going up to the face here. Down to 10 HP already, and now we're in very risky territory. It's a good start. Going to remove the 2/2 this turn, so we're not totally dead on board quite yet. We're going to discover a spell. Ooh, the first flame is going to be a very, very useful tool here. That is going to be enough to remove everything on the board. And Emilitas now has access to dropping this Solarian if she really wants to, but she's going to opt to hero power here, really valuing that Solarian. Very interesting decision indeed. Against some of these tempo decks, I think you really want to kind of match their tempo and kind of just play down minions if you can. Yeah, nice little soundtrack. Very nice.
When I was a young boy,
We're gonna get DMCA,
my father took me into the city to see a marching band. He said, son, when you
So, Canal Slugger coming down here. Nice little lifesteal minion. It doesn't appear, however, that the Shaman's going to have quite enough damage to pop through this turn. Perhaps? Lightning Bolt coming to the face here. Down to just 4 HP now. We're going to see Emilitas draw 2 cards in this situation. Solarian's finally going to come down here. This minion is going to get removed from the board. Gonna shuffle that Solarian in, see if she can get it next turn. Sitting at 4 HP, she's gonna need a lot of help here. Ice Barrier is a good option, however. We're gonna see what Emilitas can do here. It's gonna become a weapon. We're gonna get that 4/3, and unfortunately for Emilitas, that is going to be enough. But imagine she's going to have some better matchups moving forward. Only falling 1-0 in the series. Still got plenty of time left. Let's go ahead and check in with Faith here. Looks like we have another aggressive Hunter variant. Into what appears to be maybe an aggressive Shaman. Some bigger minions here. And it looks like Faith is going to be on the receiving end of that Shaman as well. So 50-50 across the board for UJ out of game 1 here. It'll be interesting to see how the rest of the series progresses. Let's go ahead and check back in with Clicky here. Swindle. We're going to see a Garrot rogue here, which I believe is just kind of a rogue that likes to play a lot of cards and then kind of burst down with some draw at the later ends. The new Kazakus coming down. We're going to see a nice little golem come out here with 2 different adapts on it, 2 different effects. Pretty versatile card for the most part. Very nice. We're going to see a Shadow Step as well, perhaps. I don't hate the play. I think Kazakus gets a lot of utility in this matchup, perhaps. Especially against a warrior, who I assume is probably going to be a sort of control-y mid-range variant. Could be aggressive as well. Warrior has had access to a lot of different archetypes over the course of the years. I see a Sword Eater come down here, though. Makes me believe that potentially this is more of an aggressive lie. However, it is a bit early to tell. Likely to see that golem come down here. We're going to rush down that 2/5, and we're going to get a copy as well, which is very strong. 5 mana 10/10 with rush. Very, very strong turn indeed. See Gargoth Prime being shuffled into the deck for Ultimatics. Going to get that armor up back to 30 HP. This rogue has a somewhat limited damage output with his combo later on in the game. However, I do believe that as long as the rogue finds a way to keep the warrior in range here, that it should be relatively fine. We're going to see that spell damage come on that, or that discount rather, coming out on the Octoling here. Rogue, such a good classic drawing cards. It's almost unfair. Clicky sitting with 5 cards in the hand now. Ultimate X dropping that Stormwind Freebooter. Going to give access to some attack this turn. Guess we can pretty safely assume that this is a quest pirate variant of the warrior. Pirate warrior has always been a pretty cool deck archetype, honestly. South Sea Captain going to come down here, and we're probably just going to see the 2-1 removed here. Opts to get rid of the Octoling instead, or the Octobot rather. Secret Passage, a good tool for the rogue as well. Really interesting scenario when the rogue already has like most of its hand cost. Like Evan could literally just play out the course of his hand. He's gonna go face. Shadow Step here. We're gonna see a lot of interactions happen this turn, I feel. Or maybe he just is wanting to wait for another turn. Cone of Cold saves a little bit of damage to his face. Brain Freeze, also a very good combo tool. Excuse me. See, Clicky opting to hang on to a lot of his cards for next turn. Doesn't quite have all the pieces that he needs to end this game yet. See, Reaper Scythe coming down. Nice little spell burst action. Foxtail Freebooter is going to come on and remove that. We're going to see the quest refreshed again for the pirate here. Going to deal 2 damage to the face. Very cool effect, actually. And just sending that damage upstairs. No reason to really hang on to the weapon charge, honestly. Rogue only have access to 5 mana this turn. Still gets access to playing out most of the hand, however. We see that Shroud of Concealment come down. 2/2 is going to get removed, and we're probably just going to see a Punch Redagger. And we're just going to sit tight again for another turn here. And so 17 damage is not an undoable amount of damage this turn. However, warriors with pirates have a tendency to deal a lot of damage in a very short period of time. So we have a couple pirates, a nice little rush frenzy coming down, securing the supplies coming down once again. Give access to the Juggernaut, that 1 mana coin, very, very useful. And that Reaper Scythe is going to come down there. And is going to take out both minions on the side of Clicky here. Bit of a precarious situation now. Plenty of decisions running through Clicky's head, I'm sure. Looks like we're going to see a punch and a removal on the 2/2 here. Not fearing that he's quite out of the game just yet. Probably see Prize Plunderer, maybe a Secret Passage here as well. Looks like he's hovering over it. So we're going to shuffle those 6 cards back into the deck, and we're going to get a fresh set here. Prep and Garrote is definitely what you want to see. However, the other options are pretty suboptimal in this situation here. So we're going to get a copy of all those cards shuffled back in. Normal hand back for the rogue. 7/7 comes down with the Dormant Juggernaut here. Now we're in a very scary situation. Garrote's coming down for the rogue, and you have to imagine it's about time to go here. Not really wanting to play the Garrotes down before Secret Passage. But the Octoling here, the Octobot, Looks like we're going to shuffle some cards back in. Webster in a very, very tough spot right now. Just checking in on some of the other games here. It looks like Emilitas has won game 2, evening up her series. Looks like Nightly Faye is having a bit of difficulty with her matchup, but we'll probably check in with her if her game progresses much further. Looks like Bridge is probably going to drop game 2 here, and Evster, Clickster, whatever you want to call him, looks like he's kind of swung the momentum a bit back in his favor here. However, no cards left in the deck, so we're going to shuffle those 4 back in. Juggernaut's going to deal 2 damage there. So about imagine that this game is only going to last 1 more turn. The Warrior only needing access to 2 damage. And that's going to give the weapon the 2 attack that he needs. He's going to just play out a few of these cards. And it looks like Ultimatix is going to even up this series against Clicky. So a bit of an unfortunate game there, but close nonetheless. That combo almost coming out for the Rogue. But we'll see how Clickster decides to respond. Looks like he's going to favor that Rogue again. But let's go ahead and check in with Nightly Faye over here. Playing against Bog Nasty here. Libram Paladin. Access to a lot of healing. Looks like it's outlasting this aggressive new Warlock. Oh, but we're just going to see a lethal here, actually. Good spot by Nightly Faith, and she's going to take game 2 here, so a very, very solid result. And a nice bounce-back victory for Nightly Faye here. Looks like Bridge is getting started with, I think, game 3 of his series here. Looks like we're going to see a Death Rattle Demon Hunter against what I assume to be another sort of Libram Paladin. Librams have been around for quite a while now, and it'll be interesting to see next year, especially when rotation hits. I believe a lot of those Librams are probably going to cycle themselves out. So it'll be interesting to see where Paladin lies. Paladin's usually just kind of a class that sits in this weird spot in the meta usually, where it's trying to do a few too many things, and it doesn't do any of them particularly amazingly. But the Librams have been pretty consistent over the past couple of years and have been a pretty decent deck. So we'll see how the Demon Hunter deals with a lot of this defensive pressure from the Paladin here. Looks like Bridge is just going to drop a 3-2 to contest that 1-1. Reinforce coming out. Only a hero power from the Paladin. Paladin has to do a really good job of maintaining a lot of its resources, especially against a deck like Demon Hunter, which can really do a lot of damage in a very short period of time. So the Paladin has to play a lot more reactive, so they're going to hang on to a lot of their threats until they absolutely need to use them. We'll see Sword of the Fallen come out here with a coin. We're going to see Conviction coming out here. So still not sure what kind of variant this Paladin is. Could be an aggressive, like, secret sort of Paladin as well. It's a bit too early to tell. A lot of these deck archetypes like to run a little bit of a mixed variant. So looks like the Watch Post is going to come down here, though. Double Watch Post, actually a very, very strong turn. So now every one of the Paladin's cards, until those Watch Posts are gone, are going to be receiving a 2-mana handicap. So a lot of those Paladin cards, specifically things like Libram of Hope, are going to receive a little bit of a delay. Does look like this appears to be more of a secret Paladin, however, so still decent, I think, for Bridge in this situation. We're going to see a punch come onto the Watch Post just to get that second secret up here. Really giving a mana handicap to a lot of like low cost cards on behalf of the Paladin, I think is a pretty important thing in this matchup. Because you take a lot of the tempo away from the Paladin if they can't play their cards on curve. It looks like Bridge is just going to tunnel face here. Keg is in a very precarious spot here. He wants to trade off the watch post and wants to get rid of some of this pressure on the board here. But Bridge might just have enough damage from hand over the next couple of turns to push through what he needs. No taunts for the Paladin quite yet. And that is 10 damage on board with the weapon here. It looks like it could be enough depending on what the secrets are. However, it looks like the Demon Hunter is just going to close this game out in just 6 turns. So a very solid game for Bridge there. You love to see it. Demon Hunter continues to be quite the oppressive oppressive class that it has been since it came into the meta. Let's check a look at some of our other players here. Looks like Emilitas is at the tail end of a game here. Looks like she's in a pretty bad spot. Faith. Let's go ahead and check back in with Nightly Fae here. It's in a very good spot against this handlock here. Zoo Warlock. A Warlock playing Drain Soul is something that I don't particularly trust. But like I said, I've been out of the meta for quite a while now, so I probably don't know much about what it's trying to do. But nonetheless, Demon Hunter, you know, against a Warlock who only has 6 HP left on turn 6. We're going to have some access to a little bit of lifesteal damage here to kind of help keep them alive. 6/6 taunt coming down here. Oh, and the healing proving to be a bit of a difference maker here. See Spectral Sight, draw a couple of different cards here. A little bit of utility on those spells not costing what they normally do.
Hearthstone coming up. Hearthstone coming up.
It's like Faye is deciding whether or not she wants to use the resources that she has on board to push through this extra damage here. Looks like she's going to sit tight. Wants to be able to push damage through that taunt this next turn here. But can Bog Nasty find a way to turn this around? That healing is going to make a big difference there. Back to 15. And now all of a sudden, Nightly Fae's been put on the back foot. Flush Giant coming down as well. Looks like Clicky was able to take game 3 in his series. Other players just beginning some of their game 4s. Game 3s, game 4s, whichever you prefer. Nightly Fae trying to push through this extra damage that she needs to win here. Couple of 8 drops in the hand could make a big difference, depending on what Bog Nasty decides he wants to do here.
Strike, then strike harder.
Oh, that adjacent Wind Fury though is going to make a very big difference. 16, that's almost lethal just on the board right now. We're just probably going to see a clear and then a double tap to the face here. 18 is a bit too much. That Warlock finally having access to his healing at the very right time. It looks like Nightly Faith might be in a bad situation here. It's like Bridge is just getting started in his next game as well. Clicky also getting started with a game. Also starting another game as well. 8-8 tunneling face here, but we're in a very tight spot here. 9 HP, Hand of Gul'dan. Nice access to having some draw later on, perhaps.
Haven't heard of me.
But you have to wonder if it's a bit little too late. Nightly Faith here.
Strike, strike harder.
That adjacent Wind Fury is just going to be enough, however, for Bognassic to take this game. So an unfortunate loss there from Faith. Very close, but just couldn't quite swing the door shot on that one. Let's go ahead and check in with Clicky here. Looks like we have an aggro shaman against a quest warlock here. It's going to pop off the board here. He's going to get rid of 4 cards out of his deck, though, however, which is pretty high risk, high reward, but, you know, you have to kind of hedge your bets in some of these aggressive matchups, especially because Warlock does have a difficult time healing at times, so. We are going to see how Clicky decides to play this one here. Apologize for the no game audio. Don't want to get DMCA'd. But I guess you guys just get to listen to me talk for the majority of this first 30 minutes going on now. Looks like Clicky playing the tempo matchup here. Bridger doing a good job of fighting back on his game. Looks like Emily has kind of swung things in her favor as well. We're going to stick tight here with Clicky for the next couple of minutes, though, and see what happens. Backfire coming out here. Access to some good removal for some smaller minions that the Shaman might want to play here. Demon Seed is finally going to get finished, however. So we're going to start seeing a little bit of healing coming out for the Warlock. Likely just see a Drain Soul and maybe a Demon Seed here. Flesh Giant is also a pretty decent option as well. Looks like we'll see a Raise Dead first. Going down to just 11. Taunt Minion coming down with the Flesh Giant, so looks like Clicky is trying to set up a nice little counter lethal here. The Shaman being at 22. All depends on whether or not they can push through that taunt or not. So that Lily Pad Lurker going to change that minion into a frog and take away some of the tempo on the side of Ebster here. However, not a whole lot of proactive damage or board development for the Shaman here. So we'll see if Clicky can capitalize on this kind of free turn for him to develop a board. And against an aggressive deck variant, you really don't have to hold any reservations with what you have in your hand. See a Drain Soul come out here. Get an extra copy of that Drain Soul just to get some of that passive healing back, and another 6/6 taunt coming down here. So good board development this turn, and Aggro Shaman has very, very little that they can do about this. Whack-a-Ghoul Hammer coming out, that Lifesteal minion. Gonna try and get a little bit of healing off. It's going to just offset the damage here. Pretty good pickup by Clicky there. Looks like we'll see Backfire to the face here. And we are going to complete the ritual. A little bit more damage to face as well. I think these 3-part quests are actually like a really cool addition to the game. See this 8/6 come down here. Very threatening minion indeed. Tour Guide's going to come out as well. 7 more damage to the face. Now, can Shaman throw 13 damage over the top is the real question in this situation here. Alakir the Windlord, very cool addition to the deck. However, that's definitely not going to be enough. And it looks like Clicky is going to be well on his way taking this game. A little bit of a buff there. It appears that Ultimatix is not quite dead on board, but this minion giving access to Wind Fury is just going to seal the game out for him. So very well played by Clicky there. He's going to take this game away from Ultimatix. Looks like that might be the series, saying GG's. So it looks like Clicky's going to take the series 3-1, so he's off to a very good start today. Let's go ahead and check in with Emilitas here. Looks like she's kind of deadlocked with this Demon Hunter here in a bit of a top deck war. With this aggro Druid against Demon Hunter. Both classes, I was going to say at a relatively high health total. However, it looks like Emilitas might just be out of gas here. Going to have to trade off that 7-1. It's going to feel real bad against Demon Hunter especially. Looks like Faith's having a bit of trouble in her matchup as well. Bridger looks to be either in between games or the end of his series has happened. So it looks like we saw in Clicky's game. He fell early in that series, 0-2, and was able to win 3 games in a row to take it back. So a nice little momentum boost for him going on into his next series here. Looks like Emilitas is going to be able to hang on for another turn here, but you know, Druid without access to draw or access to this board flow here is just not going to have enough damage to push through this Demon Hunter. 5 cards now going to be in the hand for the opponent. Looks like Faith has completed her series. I think she unfortunately fell either 1-3 or 0-3 in that series. And it looks like this Demon Hunter is going to have plenty of damage here to push through this extra 6. So an unfortunate fall for Emilitas here. But with that being said, it is a long day of Hearthstone. There are 6 rounds to be played today. So we should see some adaptation come out for the next opponent. And it should be a fun series to watch coming in forward. It appears that the rest of the players have completed their first round here. So we're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be back as soon as the next round starts. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll see you in a few minutes. Alrighty, sorry for the delay, everybody. Looks like we're just hopping into round 2. There was one match that went a bit long in the first round, with a little bit of some discrepancies with people not reporting scores. However, we are back, and we're popping into some round 2 action. 2 of 6 on the day, I believe. And it looks like everybody is just starting their games. We're going to check in first with Bridge, who appears to be doing something of a shaman mirror here. Doesn't have quite as much card control. Like he's going to be rushed down by that 6-4. Let's go ahead and pop in with Emilitas here. Looks like she's running that quest mage again. Gets the first part of the quest done already. Fighting against another aggro, a shaman, it appears. These rough matchups for the mage right off the bat seem to be pretty difficult to deal with in general. Just going to toss it flame at that 1-4. Like she is going to get the receiving end of a little bit of a burn here from the shaman. That's that's a pretty ridiculous 3-drop if I do say so myself. The shaman is just so good at mounting a lot of early game pressure. The mage has a real tough time of trying to catch back up here. Stall for time. Don't know if she's going to be able to stall quite long enough for it to get there. However, the shaman only does have 3 cards in the hand. So if the mage can find a way to burn out the shaman from the majority of its resources, it might be okay. Ignite picked up Brain Freeze as well, will be a really decent card to toss onto one of those minions. Looks like she's going to pick off the 5-3 here. Going to complete the second part of that Stall for Time mage quest. And pick up one of these cards. The First Flame, decent option, but I really do like the option to take the Ice Barrier here. Especially against an aggressive deck, having that longevity with health is really, really important. So next turn, I can about imagine we will see a Barrier with maybe a Wand Thief come down. 2 damage coming up to the face here. Destructive Fireheart coming down. You're going to discover a spell here. Or damage upstairs. 13 only left remaining for the mage. Ice Barrier has to come down in this situation here. Yep, Wand Thief and then maybe picking off the 4-2 is a good situation here. Ruined Orb going to come onto that 4-2. Going to discover another one. I do like having the freeze effect here. And another mage quest that reached the portal room coming down. And that 5-mana card is going to have access to giving her +3 spell damage for the remainder of the game. So that First Flame is definitely the win condition for Emilitas here, and it looks like she might be on the cusp of a swing turn here, dropping that 5/5 and maybe getting off one of these ignites or one of these flames. She's going to be able to start picking off minions pretty easily for the most part, and those cards getting shuffled back in eventually should rack up a decent amount of damage for her. So that Healing Totem coming out, Ruined Orb also out here. Looks like we're going to see the 7/7 come down. That +3 spell damage for the remainder of the game. It's super, super important. Probably just going to pick off the 4/4 here and sit for the remainder of the turn. Oh, it looks like she's just going to opt to go face, which is very interesting. I think the Brain Freeze is the pick here. She might just have lethal in a turn, actually. That Fireball doing, what, 7 damage? Plus that Flame, 12. A little bit of an order mishap here from LT Bello. Can the mage survive 20 damage over the next couple of turns here? Lightning Bolt coming down to face. Shaman largely out of resources now. However, it looks like this game's going to be done one way or another in the next turn or two as We draw into a second Ignite here. Is this enough mana to kill? I'm going to go face with the Fireball. It's 5 and 6. Maybe a little bit of a math miscue there. Oh, she gets the second Flame to the hand, though. I think there may have been a miss lethal there, actually. Oh, it's 5 damage to a minion. My mistake. Okay. I was going to say, I feel like maybe there was a lethal in that situation, but that card only does damage minions. So it appears that that is the correct play nonetheless. Elemental coming down here. Is there enough damage from the Shaman to push through at the end of the turn here? Doesn't look like it. 3, 6 damage, 4 left, and that's not quite enough. Gonna have to start with that AI. Cram Session, definitely gonna be useful. I think you probably just drop the Wand Thief here and hope. Wand Thief going for the lethal, I respect it. Looks like it's not quite gonna be enough though. And Emilitas, the gamble doesn't quite pay off. Do respect the chance to go for it though. And that's unfortunately going to be a first game drop for Emilitas there. I think maybe just tossing and killing off the minions in this situation, especially when the Shaman doesn't really have a whole lot of resources. But that drawing a weapon and taking that 8 damage to a minion there, hindsight probably doesn't matter much. But that's going to be the way that game 1 ends for Emilitas, unfortunately. But she will have plenty of time to bounce back in the series. Let's pop on over and take a look and see what Evster is up to. Looks like he's running this Face Hunter variant. Doesn't quite look like he's going to get much of a chance to prove what it does, though, as Butters is going to take game 1 against him as well. So a few UJ players falling behind a little bit early. Appears that Bridge is popping into game 2. Let's go ahead and check in.
I'm slashing prices.
Nightly Fae here, who appears to be in a bit of a pickle as well. Only 15 HP left with Demon Hunter, but it's going to have access to both of those 8 drops coming down pretty soon. Board Peasants pretty even nonetheless. I respect the clicking a little bit more to get that interaction in. Trade coming out here from Dutch Wee. Couple trades. However, these Librams and the taunts are going to prove to be a bit of an annoyance for Nightly Fae as far as closing out the end of this game here. Tusk Piercer coming down. Looks like Nightly Fae is going to opt to not play down one of these 8/8s here. Fearing for maybe a little bit of her life total at this point. Gotta trade off the 3-1 to get rid of that taunt. Overlord Runthak coming down that rush card. And it looks like the Paladin might just have too many resources here to punch through. Or to allow Nightly Fae the chance to come back in this game. A bit of a rough start for UJ on the start of this round 2 here. But like I said before, it is a long day of Hearthstone. Looks like we have 6 rounds to play today. So plenty of opportunity to learn from some of these games. Everything didn't go as well as you would have hoped. Attack to face, that A4 is going to connect to face again. However, it does appear that maybe there is a chance in this situation here. Barring a Libram of Hope that Fae might have enough damage to punch through.
Strike.
But with that, unfortunately, Battleground Battlemaster is going to allow access to that Wind Fury for both of these minions here, and that's just going to take the game for the tweet. So, a bit unfortunate there as well. Let's go ahead pop back in with Clicky here and see how things are going. Looks like he's opting to run that Face Hunter once again this round. Second Ignite here. Is this enough mana to kill? Couple good boys on the board as well as a 2/3 taunt. He does wonder indeed. Clicky, access to some pretty decent cards on curve here. Only 3 mana to speak for the next turn. Not sure what kind of rogue this is going to be played. I would assume that it's a very similar variant to the one that Clicky brought earlier. The Rhino picked up here, which is a pretty decent pickup. Looks like we're going to see a Divine Shield and probably a trade, maybe, onto that 1/4. See the weapon come out as well. Offer a little extra access to some removal. Perhaps the removal spell on the left side would be also a decent option in this situation. So it looks like that 1/4 is going to get traded off, and one of the 1/1s probably along with a weapon charge to clear off the extra 1/1, and a little bit of damage face here. So 4/2 taunt, pretty decent. We're going to have the Rhino in 2 turns. You get an access to maybe the 2-cost spell in your hand plus a hero power next turn. So mana efficiency wise on curve, it looks like this is going to work out fairly okay for Clicky, depending on what the rogue can answer with. Looks like we're going to see a secret passage, pretty early secret passage come out for the rogue here, but only looking for some resources to potentially take off some of the board pressure here by Clicky this turn, so they can get access to some of those cards that they shuffled in last turn. Prep coming out here. Looks like we're going to see a Shroud of Concealment, which will draw 2 minions here. Pinflinger coming out, probably going to find a way to pick off this taunt minion here as well. Does appear that that is going to be the case. See the Warsong Wrangler come down. That's going to be definitely a snap pick on curve. Trampling Rhino, also a very decent card to have in this situation here. A couple of stealthed minions for the rogue here, but very little like immediate impact on what Clicky might have coming up in the next couple of turns. So definitely not out of it, but Hunter not pushing a whole lot of damage in these first couple of turns. So we will definitely see how this one plays out. Let's check in with maybe a few of the other players at this time. Looks like Bridge is chilling on turn 9 with 2 watch posts against a Shaman. Emily is on turn 8. Looks like she's got almost enough damage to push through against a warrior. And Faith is on turn 6 with 28 HP against 15 HP of a shaman. So looks like the UJ crew is starting to push back a little bit in these game 2s after dropping quite a few of them in the first game. I think every player lost their first game here, but has a good chance to bring back the series now. Prize Plunderer coming out for the rogue here. So many like cool removal tools for rogue. And again, Hunter's got some good access to some damage to the face. We're going to see a Shadow Stab come out here. And it looks like on the other side of things, Emily just did close out her game 2 with a win over a warrior, which is really nice to see. Clicky dropping down the Rhino this turn. That rogue just drawing card after card after card. Such a good like draw engine, honestly. Try to check in. I'm trying to keep track of all of the players as as quickly as that I can, so I kind of have an update on how each of them are doing. So 3-1 Divine Shield coming out for the Rogue here for Clicky. Swindle coming out as well for the Rogue. The Prize Plunder is probably going to take care of that Rhino there too. Yep. This appears to be maybe a little bit of a rough matchup for the Hunter. I think that the Rogue's got like enough removal tools to kind of deal with some of the smaller minions that Hunter might want to play in the first couple of turns of the game. And by the time we get to the late game with some of those like mid to large threats that the Hunter has, I feel like the Rogue might just have a little bit too much board pressure and a little bit too much when it comes to like resources to getting rid of things. So we say Barak Kodabane come out for the Hunter here. Looks like we're just going to see a second Rhino, though. Try and push more damage to face. Rogue characteristically not very good at healing damage done to itself, with the Hunter being another one of those classes as well. So looks like Clicky's just going to take some of this free damage to face when he can get it. And wow, I think... I'm not even sure how the Rhino is meant to work, to be honest. I know that the excess damage goes to the face there. So, Rhino putting in a good amount of work here. The Rogue down to just 5 HP, which is just a hero power and maybe a card or two away, or 1 minion away. Looks like Faith is unfortunately going to drop game 2 over on her side of things, so she's going to fall behind 0-2 pretty early on in the series, but not quite out of things yet. Looks like Bridge is beginning game 3 as well on his side with a Demon Hunter against a Mage. We might pop in after this game to watch that. And Emilitas taking the Mage against a Paladin, which could be a pretty interesting matchup that we could take a look at later as well. So, but for right now, let's see what Clicky can do in this series here. Got Ethereal Log Merchant. Going to take care of the Rhino here. But I think that Clicky is just going to have enough damage over the top here with that 3-cost spell plus a hero power. So he's going to take game 2 and even up this series at 1-1, which is really nice to see. Let's go ahead and check in with good old Bridge here. So Evan series, Clicky rather, sitting at 1-1 now. Faith is at 0-2, I believe. Emily is sitting at 1-1 as well, and I think that this series for Bridger is either sitting at 1-1 or 0-2 for him at the moment as well. So, a couple of players still in the running here for this second set. The bracket is run in a Swiss style, so all players that win first round will play against each other, and all that lose play against each other. So you'll always be matched up against somebody with a very similar record that you have. About 32, 34 players in the bracket today, and I believe top 8 making it into the final rounds tomorrow. So this is our second of 6 rounds. Looks like Grey Knight here is going to find a couple of ways to deal with the board from Bridge, but it's going to yank out that 5-7, which is pretty scary. Foul Rattler going to come down almost certainly this next turn with that 3-cost weapon as well. So we will see how that impacts the board for sure. Looks like Grey Knight's just going to push this 1 damage face. Can't really do a whole lot else with it. And another Cram Session coming out as well. So the Mage getting close to... and that Flurry rank 2 is going to put in a lot of work and stifle off some very important damage from Bridge. So that's a pretty big deal. Bell Rattler going to come down as well. That rush, the Death Rattle's not quite going to pick off that 3-1, which is a bit unfortunate, but still a threatening board nonetheless. I imagine the Mage will have ways to deal with at least 1 or 2 of these minions. Evan running the Rogue against a Warlock in his 3rd game. Currently spectating Bridge. Looks like Emily's still running that Mage into maybe a Secret Libram Paladin. And Faith running a Libram Paladin into a Warlock as well. So, some good matchups, I think, across the board for UJ right now. Renowned performers in bulk for Bridge. Not going to overthink it. Just going to play minions down. Try and get as much damage to face as you can. 8 health only remaining for the mage. However, with that quest completion, they're going to be in some pretty devious territory now. So I can about imagine that this game is going to be over very soon, one way or another. Arcanist Dawngrass coming down for the rest of the game, getting that 3 spell damage. Pretty important. Any removal spell is very good at this point. Imprisoned Phoenix coming down for some more spell damage as well. We're going to see that Ignite come down and shuffle back into the deck. Ignite, one of the best ways for the mage to deal damage and win the game. However, I don't believe that that's going to be enough for them. And Bridge is going to take this game here and kind of fight back in the series a little bit, which is really nice to see. Let's go ahead and pop in with Emilitas, who is playing the same deck that just lost Bridge here. Looks like she's doing fairly well against this Paladin at the moment. Faith stifling off a lot of damage against this Warlock on the other side. Evan just getting started against another Warlock with his Rogue. So I know you can't see these other games, but doing my best to keep you guys updated on how everybody is doing. We are on a 5-minute delay, keep in mind. So for anybody that wants to pop in the chat, say hi. Feel free. I will answer you maybe just in a few minutes. But appreciate you guys being here and watching and supporting the Hearthstone team. So Dawnwing might come down here, but I imagine you're going to have to toss down an Ice Barrier and stifle off some of this damage if I'm Emilitas here. Ping coming out onto that 5/3. 3 damage to all of those minions. Very, very solid. Wand Thief could be a decent play here. Would have liked to see one of the Ice Barriers come down this turn, but I think that it's she's in good enough territory right now against what appears to be the secret Paladin here to where she can kind of hedge her bets a little bit. Next turn, we likely see maybe Dawnwing with an Ice Barrier or maybe one of those flames come down. Draw mission rush minions. The the diamond or platinum cards with the animated stuff is like so cool. Dawnwing's gonna have to come down here. Ooh. Taking that 7 damage to face is pretty scary. Looks like she's gonna get a barrier down though in that 7/7. Ooh, that Apexis Blast does a real good amount of damage, but Cram Session is also very good. I think that it is 100% the correct play for Emilitas, just to take the card draw in this situation and get some of her cheaper removal and cheaper burn. So it's a very good weapon charge coming down for the Paladin here. It's going to get some buffs into the hand. Righteous Protector coming down now. Emilitas can just find a way. Trade, pretty good news for her. Any opportunity that Emilitas has here for the game to go longer, I think it works well in her favor. Another Wind Portal. Going to come out and give her access to a 4/4. It's going to get rushed down by this Runthak, though. More buffs into the hand. So we're going to start with a Cram Session here. Fireball. Very good access. There's going to be some math going on here. It's 9, 15. I think we can start with a Brain Freeze here to take some of this damage off the board. Wand Thief, probably a good option to play next. Search for some more burn here. The Ruined Orb. Going to give her access to another spell. So that's 9, 14, 19. One more spell from that Ruined Orb is definitely enough. I think you probably start with the Ruined Orb going face. And see what you can do afterwards. Looks like she's just going to tunnel a Fireball first. Ruined Orb going to come out here. She's going to hedge her bets a little bit. Primordial Studies could have given her access to maybe something else here. Lots of cards being played here. The Ruined Orb going to take the Paladin all the way down to 1 HP. Effectively 19 health for Emilitas here. Hard to believe that the Paladin's going to be able to push through that amount of damage. Don't think that this Paladin's really geared to healing a lot as well. So might be sitting in a good territory here for Emilitas. Looks like Nightly Faye's unfortunately going to drop her series 0-3. So she will be out until round 3, starting after this round of games gets over with. Bridger deadlocked with a mage right now. Looks like he's pushing through, though. Probably pop over to him after this game. Don't look like we will, however. So Bridger actually, in his game, is going to push through. And he's going to take that game as well. So I think that might have been a 3-1 series. Emilitas looking for that ignite. There it is. So Bridger winning his series 3-1. Emilitas is going to pick up a win here, which is really nice. Looks like some momentum swinging back in the favor of UJ. Let's pop on over to Clicky here, who's playing this rogue deck into an aggressive warlock. So Faith out at 0-3. I believe that Bridge won his series either 3-1 or 3-2. 3-1 it appears. So we are down to Clicky and Emily. Emilitas. Looks like Evan's going to trade that card back. 13 damage being faced down by the Warlock right now is very risky territory. Shadow Step coming back. Clicky in very treacherous territory right now. And that Battleground Battlemaster proving to be quite of a meta-defining card in some of these mid-range aggressive decks. So unfortunately, Clicky's going to drop this game here. Believe that he is trailing 1-2 now. Or it is 2-2, one of the two. But he's going to wait for this next matchup coming out here. Faith and Bridge sitting tight. Evan running this matchup. I'll keep you guys updated on Emilitas' game as well. We can just pop on over there real quick. We can kind of just bounce between these two. Looks like she's playing an aggro shaman into this aggressive secret paladin. Paladin taking his time with this turn. Multi-bellow. Knight of Appointment's going to draw a holy spell for them. So this shaman's really focused on pushing through as much damage as she can. That 4-cost taunt going to be very good on curve. Looks like we're going to see maybe a Grey Worm. I do like this play as well. Getting access to that Wind Fury on that Elemental is going to be good for some damage utilization later on. Especially if it sticks this turn, that 4 repetitive damage. And with the Rockbiter weapon as well. Can prove to be quite the threatening thing. See Cariel Rome coming down, though. Rush Divine Shield. Opting not to take down the taunt, however. Grey Worm going to take care of Cariel, though. Appears that Emilitas is trying to save that Rockbiter for a potential Doomhammer play maybe later on. The Paladin down to 17 health. She almost has lethal, I believe. It's aggro elemental shaman. With that Rockbiter weapon on that Wind Fury minion, dealing 10 damage, plus 2, plus 3 is 15. Divine Shield Rush going to come down here and take that damage right off the board. Menacing Nimbus. Earth Revenant going to come down here. Potential taunt. A little bit of extra damage to the board there. Would have maybe liked to see Emilitas hang on to that. Maybe just go for a Doomhammer play there. But Doomhammer plus Rockbiter weapon coming up really soon as well. which is some access to some pretty good punch. So as long as Emilitas can find a way to maybe stick a minion on board and get through any taunts here, it looks like she's in a pretty good situation. Let's see, Bello. Looks like she's going to put a Catacomb Guard, get a little bit of that lifesteal. Man, the lifesteal card's so important in some of these quick matchups. See the Menacing Nimbus come down. Emilitas not wasting any time. Fire Elemental, also quite decent. But now it appears the Paladin is mounting a bit of a comeback as well. Has access to some value trades here and healing as well, which is never a good sign. And that minion getting 8/8 and not being able to attack heroes, but that's going to be 11 damage healed back to the face. So now Emilitas in a very bad situation. That minion repetitively going to be healing for 11 damage a turn. You got to find a way to maybe freeze it or take it off the board without sinking too much damage into it. Fire Elemental deals 4 damage now, which is interesting. Looks like Emilitas realizes that she is in a losing matchup, can't get through that 11-12, so unfortunately she's just going to concede here. I don't know if that is the series. It looks like potentially she could be going into a Game 5. Let's go ahead and check in with Clicky here. All right. So it looks like Clicky is going to be playing this Rogue Mirror, which I can about imagine is a pretty interesting matchup. Looks like Emilitas is popping into a Game 5 in her series as well, so going to be an interesting situation over there. I'll keep you guys updated on that. Looks like it's going to be a Hunter-Shaman matchup over on that side. Meanwhile, Evster attempting to cycle some of these cards in his hand. Pretty underwhelming options right now. That Secret Passage is going to give him access to some extra draw. Looks like he's going to use it here. Or he might hang on to it for next turn. Ethereal Og Merchant coming out. Probably hangs on to it here, though. Cycle those cards back into the deck, shuffle them around just a little bit. Efficient Octobot coming down with a Pen Flinger. Get an access to those discounts, Field Contact coming down, and a Swindle. So a lot of these cards beginning to be cycled for Butters here. Clicky already looks like he is falling a bit behind as far as tempo is concerned, that preparation. So many cards can get played for Roto almost every turn for like so little mana. It's actually kind of stupid. Minion going to get cleared off here. So much generation for the Rogue. I feel like the Rogue almost plays like 50 cards a game. Hulitura, sorry that I missed your follow 29 minutes ago, but welcome. Thank you for joining the stream. Prize Plunderer going to come down here, cycle a bit more of these cards out of the Rogue's hand. Imagine if an Edwin was available. It would be a very large Edwin indeed. But looks like the Rogue's just going to sit tight there. 9 cards in the hand. Secret Passage coming out for the Rogue again. We're going to see Field Contract come down. along with a brain freeze here. We'll see a prep swindle. 2 minions available for draw now. See prep again. Looks like Clicky's able to cycle some more cards than maybe I gave him credit for right away. Akazakis, pretty decent option out of the hand right now. Prize Plunder going to come down on that 2-1. I feel like we're just going to see a variety of back and forth in this Rogue matchup for sure. Of a lot of cards being played and a lot of like polarizing swings each turn. Emilitas fighting in her game as well. Looks like she's falling a bit behind on tempo for the most part against the Hunter. A couple of Og Merchants coming down for the Rogue here. Looks like they're ready to deal a good amount of damage. Penflinger going to come down. This is exactly what I was talking about. Garrote is going to come in as well. Looks like Clicky might just be at an ends right now. Penflinger is going to come down and take care of one of his own minions, actually. He's going to value it over getting rid of the 3-2. Plunder is going to come down as well. Then we see a big swing back in the other direction with some spell damage and also those bleeds. There's one. And doesn't hit the second or third one, which is fortunate for Clicky here, but might be too little too late here. Hearthstone, a game of ups and downs. Wand Thief coming down, trying to look for some removal. That ring toss. Ethereal Og Merchant coming down as well. Emilitas able to kind of fight back in her game as well. I'll show you guys that game real quick. Looks like she's in the process of discovering against this Hunter here, trying to fend off some extra damage. Penflinger going to come back for Clicky. He's got to avoid all those bleeds. So he's going to take care of the spell damage minions as best as he can here. Sitting at 12 HP. Picks up his own Garrote. He's going to take 2 damage from that bleed again. Does the rogue, the opposing rogue rather, have the damage to push through here? Looks like they probably do. He's just going to tank face twice here. Maybe they just don't care about what's on board. Dropping Garrote as well. Only needs access to 2 of those. Penflinger coming back. And actually picks up a fireball from the Wand Thief. So unfortunate end there for Clicky in that game. Let's go ahead and transition on over to Emilitas. Looks like Clicky's going to fall in that series. Unfortunately, and it also appears that Shaman's in a precarious situation here as well. Don't think that it's going to matter much. Where does he revolve here? So, looks like Bridge is going to be the sole pickup of a winning series here. The rest of the team appears that Clicky rather, will fall to 1-1 on the day. Faith will be sitting at 1-1, and Bridger at 1-1 as well. Faith, I believe, at 0-2. Emilitas could find a way to get through this pressure here. She would also be sitting at 1-1, but however, Hunter with too much damage over the top with that hero power there is just going to fire an aim shot, and that is unfortunately going to be this series as well. So a bit of a rough round for UJ here. Bridge does pick up a winning series as well, but like I said, a lot of Hearthstone left to be played throughout the day. I'm going to hop off of casting for now. The next round will be brought to you from Too Spoiled. and you guys can look forward to that. So I will put us on a break for now and stay tuned for some more Hearthstone.
Hello and welcome back. Tio Spoiled 2, will be casting for a bit now. We're gonna hop right into watching Humilius. Start off round 3 right away with her mage against a warrior. I'm not sure how this matchup will go because I don't know quite how the warrior deck will play out, but I do know that it is trying to get all those pirates out, and mage is a lot of burn damage. And being able to have those minions on the board to target with their spells is always going to be nice. Both players are just going to get a step of their quest done. We'll see how much armor the warrior will be able to stack up, or how much survivability they'll have. Because mage doesn't have a way to heal, but warrior can always get some extra armor. So we'll see how it turns out. Popping the ice barrier, stalling out some time. Warrior is going to head up to 8 armor. Let's go for more burn damage from the discovered spell. First step of the quest complete. Finds a card to actually take out the minion. Stop a little bit of armor gain and progress the quest some more. If I were the mage, I'd be feeling pretty safe right now. This is going to be the warrior step complete though, and the 4/6 is going to come out. Quite a bit of board presence, but there's also a lot of mage cards that can just deal with it. Thinking maybe about coining out and drawing, but I don't think that's really worth it because you really just need to get the frost spell anyway. Might just have to soak up the damage, but looks like she's going to make the coin play. It is two mana just for one card drawn. Warrior getting a lot more pressure out on that turn. Didn't trigger the frenzy though, so it doesn't get the card draw. Second step done. Looking for another freeze. He just wants to stall out as long as possible and then just hit face with a bunch of damage spells. Alright, there's another step for the warrior done as well. Looks like they're both on the final step. Gonna take some more damage. Getting quite a bit of pressure. Going down to 18. But Emily does have some wave clear here. Not wave clear, just some board clear. She's got the fire sail, a bunch of other damage spells. Only needs to frost to complete the quest. Unfortunately, not going to be able to use it this turn, but it's okay. I think just clearing the board is going to be a lot safer here. Thinking about the fire sail. Fire sail would only get 2 though, and just damage to 4/5. Some decent value. But instead, she'll just ping face and pass. Now both players got their quests done, one right after the other. But unfortunately, he is going to be able to play the quest this turn. Kind of feels bad. But the fire sail with the spell damage boost is just a complete board clear. Maybe not the 7/7, but I'm pretty sure. Forgot. Yeah, okay. It's 6 damage to minions, so it doesn't quite have the spell damage to kill it, but she does have other spells to finish the 7/7 off. And she is getting quite low, so the pressure is on, and the warrior has not taken any damage yet. Seems like Faith, or not Faith, excuse me, Emily will just be kind of on a timer here. See if she can keep pumping out damage, see if she can get the damage out fast enough before she just ends up falling. Have some more spell damage, always good. Might rip the Mask of Cthulhu just to do, maybe even clear the whole board and do damage to face. But you never really know with how those random spells turn out. And it will turn out perfectly, getting all the minions and doing some extra damage to face. Looking to break the armor. Then an update on other players. Clicky did just drop match 1. It was a lot quicker match, and then we'll probably, after this game is done, I'll probably head over to him, and depending on what's going on, I will switch between Bridger and Faith. In the meantime, Emilius being dropped down to 4 health. This warrior's pretty much always going to have a weapon, so it's going to be pretty rough. Really, really wish I had the ice barrier here to just stall out maybe a turn or 2 longer. There it is. There's ice barrier top deck. 9 damage going to go face. She's gotta use that ice barrier, or she's just dead. You can clear with a brain freeze, spend 2 mana for an ice barrier. But the ice barrier pretty much has to come out. Only thing it won't stop is direct damage to face. But the ice barrier is pretty much needed here. counting the damage, but she should know that she can kill one of them. Nice. Ice Bear is going to come out. Kill the 5/6, most damage. Pick up the lab partner for more spell damage. Just drop it. Maybe it'll incentivize the trading from the warrior instead of just hitting face directly. But the Juggernaut just does 2 damage to face immediately. Feels bad, man. So close, so close. I feel like maybe after that turn, just had enough direct damage to just kill the warrior anyway. And then we will head over to Clicky's second game here. Hop right into it. Warlock into the excuse me. Warlock. Oh my goodness. Going crazy. Warlock into the Shaman. Just distracting myself out here. Shaman has a lot more tempo, but this Warlock deck is it's a bit more. It's quite a bit slower. It's quite a bit slower, and it wants to draw on a lot of cards and deal damage to itself. So a little bit tougher to pilot here, but that's why we got the Clicky. Gonna heal back up a little bit, draw some more cards. Gotta hate to see that weapon, and Shaman's just gonna go all face. I mean, why not? Doesn't matter. It's only a 1/1. I'll probably just trade the 2/1 anyway, but I'm assuming Cookie here is going to just get the damage in and wipe the whole board. I'll end up losing 4 cards, but see which one he loses. Oh, and Nethron being lost is a little bit rough. But he didn't lose like a Flesh Giant. He lost a couple of their big value cards. So, kind of feels bad, but could be worse. Yeah, this weapon is just going to put in work. Does he have lethal? Two more. Seems like it's just going to be this turn. That's it, because he can't even life tap it. Yep. Fortunately, that will be it for the Clicky. Unfortunate. Looking like he's going to run back the Warlock, but we are going to quickly check in with Bridge. See how his game is going. Warlock into the Demon Hunter, the Death Rattle Demon Hunter, and he's going to have a lot more tempo from the looks of it, which is what you need. You want to take out these Warlocks before they're able to play their big value cards and complete the quest. And it's a little bit easier because they're hurting themselves in the process just to complete the quest. They get the Tams in. Able to heal up quite a bit, pretty much back to full. Just 1 off, but not quite full, so. Gonna opt to trade it. Makes sense. Don't want any more 0-cost cards to be doubled. It's more value, more healing for the Warlock. Warlock's 2 damage away from completing the next step of their quest. unfortunate that the his big value card is just one ahead of that Skull of Gul'dan, or else he'd be able to get a ton of reduced cards. But he's gonna have to play play his legendary first, or he can play out every other card in his hand. But he's gonna be drawing every time, so it's gonna be a little bit harder to do. Just checking in with Emily's game. She actually played Mage again into a Shaman. Unfortunately, got tempoed out. Also dropped that match, and Faith has not started a game yet. Either got a bye or is yeah, I think she got a bye or someone forfeited. Her round is already done. Obviously, you can't play all those games quickly enough, so. And there's the big value card coming from Bridge. Now he has a humongous board. But the Soul Rend could end up just wiping the board. We'll see if he has it. Not, and it wouldn't kill the 3/6. But then he could just like Mortal Coil or something, but there it is, there's the Soul Rend. But then all the Death Rattles are going to come out anyway. Really just one, then he's going to heal back to full, but still good regardless. Yep, there's the Mortal Coil. Super low on cards now. Does he just have the one Flesh Giant? He is just going to slam the one Flesh Giant, okay. Skull come through. Ah, wish he got those, that watch post earlier, but he already did play one prior that we did not see. Slam everything. Let's trade directly into the Flesh Giant. Big ouch, but hey, gotta do what you gotta do. Sometimes you don't have other options. The Warlock is already at the end of his deck before he before he's done enough damage to himself. Now he's on the final step, and he's already in fatigue. So now both sides are on a timer, because if this Warlock can complete the quest completely, then the fatigue will start hurting. Oh man, that Hellfire was actually very needed for him. Fatigue will start hurting Bridge, and then he can't really do anything about it. He has a ton of heal, but I don't believe Death Rattle Demon Hunter does. He's just gonna play everything. Makes sense, makes sense. Trade the minion, just try to keep doing damage. And now the Warlock is only 3 away. That's only like 1 raised dead. And then complete the quest, you can play it and still have 5 mana to put in work. If you draw some cards, honestly, it could be lethal. Because that fatigue is already starting to stack up, and Bridge is already at quite a low health. Yep, there's the fatigue actually hurting the wrong person. How's it possible? Oh my goodness. No. No. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. One off lethal. Just one. You know, because he's just going to tap and that's it. Man, super, super close match there. Unfortunate Bridge had to lose that one. It might already be over for Clicky. His matches were just quick, way quick. Yeah, I was gonna try to transition to him before his third match was over, but too late. Unfortunate. And actually, Emily also, I believe, also is done with her entire round. Yep, unfortunately, it was a quick 0-3 for Clicky and Emily. Hate to see it. Hate to see it for the home team. So Bridger might be the only one that, yeah, Bridger is the only one that has games to play now because Faith's opponent, or Knightly Faye, her opponent has just, looks like they conceded or forfeited or is not showing. Either way, she got the 3-0, and she's just hanging out. But we will stay tuned here with Brid and see how the rest of his games go. Our watch post coming out turn 1. Probably one of the more annoying things that you'll ever see. Oh, and he gets the taunt. So he's not able to, excuse me, take care of that watch post. He couldn't quite do it this turn anyway. He just wouldn't have the damage for it, but he's up just to get more tempo on the board. Not able to, or deciding not to put the far watch post down to slow down some of his stuff. And he put the damage on the far watch post, even though it can't attack. We'll see how he trades here, or if he just. I'm pretty sure having that watch post down is like the best way to go, but he has just a ton more board pressure, so he's gonna go straight face. Oh boy, Paladin. Lots and lots of divine shields all the time, and having his far watch post up is just going to be annoying because it's just going to be pretty much a permanent delay. And they'll return with his own watch post. Send the rest of the minions face. He's got the 2 taunts, and only one of them can die at the moment to his 4-2. There's the divine shield synergy. Getting some hand buffs in. Ooh, okay. He's gonna go straight into the big taunt. I believe it is Greybow. Yep, and it's just going to get Rush right off the rip because of the hand buffs. And he's going to buff something else in his hand. Now that that lost the Divine Shield, he's going to opt to trade the 1-1 and not the Watch Post, which I find pretty interesting because it would have still lived, and then he would have to force a trade. I find that pretty interesting. Arbor up on a big fat board. He's going to rip it face again. I'm just keep going face. You're going to have to deal with me. He thinks Bridge cares about his hand buffs and all this cool synergy. He's just going to go face. Good ol' aggro druid. Check in his Discord. We need to see what the people. We need to see the match. Show what the people want. Must have just had a glitch there in his game, hitting the restart. Fortunately, we have no one else to go to right now. There we go, back in it, like we never left. Well, it looks like he just had some of his stuff traded out, but still got quite the value. Oh my goodness, the 4 watch posts. Honestly, I might just, oh well, I guess he pretty much has lethal and he's very healthy, so it's all good. Oh man. Just seeing all the watch posts proc feels good, man. That'll be it. That'll be the game for Bridge. Not able to swing back in the Paladin's favor. The aggro druid too strong. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's 2-2 now. It's either 2-2 or 3-1. Going to. Oh, he declined the challenge. There we go. Go back into revisiting the Demon Hunter here. Run it back against the Paladin. Then we'll hope Bridge can just close this one out here. Easy peasy. He's got the watch post. He can coin it out turn 1. A holy spell. Will he do it or will he just get the weapon prepped? He will get the weapon prepped. Alright. That's fair. Will he return Far Watch Post or will he just try to kill it? He will just kill it. Get that value out of the way. He still has his. But it's going to be a little unfortunate that it's his Inquisitor that's going to be up 1 more mana. Kind of annoying. It'll be a little bit tougher to get onto the board, especially since it's already such a high cost. Prep another weapon, return the tempo. I wouldn't have minded seeing the watch post come out, but that Death Rattle does just immediately bring more of his minions onto the board. Oh man, hand's rough. 8 and 9 cost for turn 5, but not gonna get the Death Rattle proc. Everything's too high cost in his hand, feels bad. But unless he has a buff, he's probably not gonna be able to take care of his watch post. Giving it everything. All of his Silverhand recruits are always gonna have Divine Shield now. It's pretty annoying, but we'll see how much it actually matters. He's gonna trade the watch post with the 7/7, then buff it up some more. That's it's interesting. I'm not gonna lie, it's interesting. But now he's just gonna be pumping out the 1/1s with Divine Shield. Yeah, you're just gonna just go for the tempo, do what he can. Can't really remove any minions right now. Come on, man, go back to the game. Sending out. Yeah, just I love the demon hunter death rattle deck because like a bunch of the times they just trade a minion and then another minion comes out. It only happens so many times, but it's still kind of funny. Nice card to see. 2 more taunts up. Will he trade one of these minions just so he can't hit face with one of the minions? Because he has the 2/1/1s. That'll pretty much just soak up an attack. Nah, he's just going all face. He believes he kill faster. Oh man, so many paladin legendaries. Paladin's just gonna trade stuff out anyway. He's like, well, if you're just gonna go face, then I'm gonna just hit your minions till you have none left. Right. Got rid of the card that makes them all untargetable. It feels bad kinda to play the Inquisitor without being able to attack. Especially just to pop a Divine Shield, because that can just be traded out with that 3/1. Not much gained with that. But what are you going to do? And it sends another buff to his hand. And now we see the card that's been getting all the buffs. The 2 mana 17/16. And if I'm not mistaken, Demon Hunter can't really do anything about that. That might actually close out the match here. Oh boy, that's one big boy. He's just gonna scratching his head. He's like, man, that thing, he got all the buffs. What do I even do? And the 9 mana Inquisitor just to get the 5/5. But at least we get to see the 17/16 hit the face. Feels bad, man. What are you gonna do? Or was that 2-2? No, that was game 5. Yep. 2-3. Close matches though. The Paladin was last match was a bit rough, but it is what it is. It's still Hearthstone. Can't win them all. is a little bit of luck involved, but, you know, what are you going to do? I believe that will be all the rounds done for you, Jay. So now we're just waiting for the next set. And until then, well, I guess we'll just see you until then. We gotta wait for the next matches to be set up. Might have been muted this whole time, and ZC said it. My bad. My bad. Man, I was congratulating Bridger and everything. He popped off match 1. Oh my goodness. It's alright. We'll mess it up again. Well, I guess I'll recap on how Clicky's been playing. He hasn't been playing any minions, and he removed his own minions because the mage, a lot of the spells have to target minions to advance in the quest steps. And since Clicky has been holding back on like playing a lot of minions, it's been really, really delaying the quest progression, and also delaying when the mage can get the spell damage to burst down Clicky. So he's been playing that super well. Then also an update for Knightly Faye. She played her first match against an aggro hunter, and she was playing mage. Fortunately, she did lose that match. She's going into match 2, mage into shaman, and Bridger is going demon hunter into a mage, and he's actually just popping off right now. But we're going to watch Clicky's first match play out. Bridger actually just he's leading 2-0 right now. So he's actually just going to go into his third match with the hefty lead. Curious to see how Clicky plays this match out, because Garrote Rogue is pretty difficult to pilot, but he's been putting the work in. He's quite the smart Hearthstone player, but you know, sometimes you just gotta be lucky. Does Hearthstone be like that sometimes? Now he's checking the secrets, seeing none of them are mirror entity. I didn't know if when he played one of the secrets, the frost part of the mage spell procced. So then if it did, then we would know that it was Ice Barrier, because Ice Barrier is the only frost secret that the mage can play. Now Clicky's just trying to get through his deck as fast as possible, so then he can just, when he pulls off his combo, when he shuffles the Garrotes into the bleeds actually into his deck, it'll end up just doing a lot more damage. So then he can guarantee that he'll draw the damage he needs. Pops the secret. And just at the end of the turn, he might have been able to do something about it, but he can't now. Emily's match opponent did not actually show, so she gets a bye pretty much. She gets the W for round 4. Faith is going to go into her third match. She's actually going to be starting 0-2, unfortunately. Probably tune into Faith's game here. Hers have been moving along quickly as well as Bridger's, but we already saw one of Bridger's. Evan is pulling off the combo right now. He's got all the tools he needs. He's going to play both Garrotes, and he knows that it's not counterspell because he already checked for that. And now he's just going to keep drawing cards. Bleeds are going to come through. that will be the game. That'll be the game for first match of Clicky. Very well played. We're gonna quickly transition to Nightly Fae. See how that game is moving along. Started, but she already has a lot of damage out on this warrior. Base Hunter doing
Hungry, aren't
things.
ya?
Just get the Rhino, and we'll get the buff, and she'll be able to play it on curve. I did. Yeah. Sorry about that.
My beast.
Still new to casting and running it by myself, so bit of a oopsie.
X marks the spot.
She's gonna go
Leave
all
my
face.
beast be.
Have perfect lethal. Feels good. Able to pick up a match here. Base Hunter just tempoing it down. Love to see it. We are going to switch over to Bridger now. This game, it's pretty far into it. His first two matches went by super quick. He has a huge power move going right now. And he's actually, that's it. The series is done. I don't know if that's 3-0 or if it's 3-1. Huh, I'm pretty sure it's 3-0. He's been cleaned up those matches super quick. Yeah, just like that. He's already done. Well played by him. So now we will go back to Faith. I think she's going to have her match just beginning. Fair enough. Check in a little bit with Clicky because he's on his second match as well.
Really? It's not too heavy.
Playing the hand buff paladin.
X marks the spot.
Good thing to know is that she will just be going against the warrior every game now. So if she wins this one, she'll have to go against the warrior again for the third time.
The best defense is a great defense.
Clicky is actually making a power move. Playing aggro druid into a mage, and he just got to play the arbor up, buffing a bunch of his minions. He has big tempo right now.
Nothing gets through.
Faye is just trying to get the tempo back in her favor. Fortunately, not able to refresh the divine shield. But hey, what are you gonna do?
The pirate's code.
Step 1 completed for the warrior. They're not getting a ton of minions to stick here. Kind of annoying, but the hand.
My blade seeks vengeance. And obey some.
An interesting play from Black. Yeah, a lot of value to just take out the 3/3.
Grab your cutlass. Let's buckle swash.
Glory. I'm here for the gold.
Step 2 completed. And he has the 4/2 weapon. A little bit of a tough spot to be in. It's just some extra board clear.
For justice.
In the box? Pirate stuff.
The buff of the weapon just completely kill the taunt. Base damage. I think Paladin is much for wave clear because I don't know if got taken out like quality consecration is the thing, but I'm pretty sure that got taken out or quality might still be in, but either way.
May the
Looking like
light
Paladin has more wave
you
clear. He's
peace.
getting a little bit of
For justice.
getting a little out tempoed here. Up the trade, try to limit the pressure.
Set sail! The Juggernaut is under my command!
Juggernaut is online for the Warrior. Pretty rough. Maybe that turn after turn value.
Woe betide those who set themselves
Little bit
against
rough.
me.
But got the 8/8, getting the stats buffed, getting the divine shield.
For
rush.
justice. Let the dead rest.
Yeah, we're at 7/7 so we're at well for divine shield. Staying on board, but
One for me.
not looking to trade.
One for you.
Interesting. And the corrupt guy. Go ahead and flash him off anyway.
Glory.
Tough spot
I'm
to
here
be
for
in
the gold.
regardless. Left at 1 health, and I'm pretty sure next turn the Juggernaut will end up finishing the game anyway. I don't know if it always goes to the hero. I think
The
it
light
shoots like 2
dims,
cannonballs
but
twice.
we fight.
Gives you a random weapon.
Let the
and
dead
pirate,
rest. For justice.
something along those lines. Yep. Fortunately, that'll be the series for Nightly Fae. I think it 1-3 is what it is. Did your best. Sometimes the cards aren't in your favor. We're gonna go back to Clicky's game. This will be his 3rd game. And he's 2-0 right now in this series. Alright, going with the same strategy of not playing any minions against a mage, but he does have to hurt himself regardless. But it's for the quest. I swear he's not getting low on health just because of the mage. He's doing it on purpose. So. He is able to play some big value cards here. See if this is the turn he's gonna pull them out. Looking like it. He's hovering it. There it is. The 1 mana 8/8 on turn 6. You're not 8/8. 8/6, excuse me. He does still have a long way to go on his quest. But he will put out some value cards. Maybe the 3/2. I forgot what it's called, but I do know that it should make it a little bit harder for this mage to actually clear stuff. That'll be the second part of the quest for the mage done. He's on the last step here. Almost completing it as well. Yep. Got the fire and the arcane, so now it just needs the frost. Now Clicky just needs to be able to speed along his quest as well and heal up. He's actually able to get a decent chunk of health back. And having quite a bit of value on board as well. The second flurry coming through. Also going to complete the quest, and the mage will be able to play it this turn as well. Going to get rid of his lifesteal, and his other two minions are frozen. He actually might just, yep, he's going to clear his entire board with a couple of little spells. Maybe the 8/6 survives, maybe. It sure does. He's going to be able to use that 7/7 to heal off of. But, unfortunately, you never know when mage can kill you. It can happen at any time. So it's actually very feasible for this mage to just all of a sudden do 23 damage. 7 damage to all minions, just a full board clear, all the value just gone. Five out of 8. The backfire would complete this step. Then he has to do 8 more damage. Popping the raised deads. Some minions back. Heal up. He's not going to be able to play the quest reward this turn anyway. I'm sure he's just thinking, oh well, I probably don't need to do any more damage to myself. Or I can just look to get some more value on board. Because maybe if he has 16 damage, he probably has 19 damage. It's only 3 more damage, and when you have such a high spell damage, it's really not that much of a difference. Looks like Mage might have it as well. Just immediately sending spells face. Yep. Yep, that extra 3 health would not have mattered. But it's all good. That's just match 3. Clicky still leads 2-1. Just gotta get the dub with the Warlock. Alright, Warlock into Rogue. Who can draw faster? But the Warlock also has to hurt himself in the process. See how this goes, because the rogue sometimes has some tempo to be able to do, but it's not. It's no face hunter. Already getting the hand discount. Like this rogue is just gonna try to get everything out, just in case. Might be the easiest way to be able to actually take down the warlock. The warlock is a bit slower. But Clicky does have the soul rend. He use it this turn. Looks like he's pretty much gonna have to. Losing a flesh giant sucks pretty bad. And then 2 ways to heal is also kind of annoying. Losing both copies, but he does have a couple other ways to heal. He has those drained souls and the minion that when he has 10 or fewer cards left in his deck, he has lifesteal, and then it does 6, so then he heals for 6. Right, it looks like this rogue has just been kind of drawing absurdly well, though. I won't lie. Getting the hand discount, just filling up his hand, drawing with a bunch of swindles. He got both the swindles too, like on turn 4. It's pretty unfortunate. Draws into the 1 mana 8/6. On turn 5s feels good, man. See if the rogue can answer. Looks like it. Just gonna combo a freeze, brain freeze. Gets the shadow step for more discount. Classic. Rogue doing rogue things, just having everything. And after all that stuff he's played, he's only used 1 mana. And able to completely clear his board, although, other than the 8/6, it was just a 1/1, so doesn't mean that much. Now we hit the 10 or fewer, so he's able to have that 1 mana 6/6 taunt. So every other one of his spells are just upgraded in cost, so it's kind of frustrating. Rogue's going to play the Kazakis. A lot of pressure on the board coming from the Rogue. But 1 Solar End does clear it all, but he would have to lose a ton of cards in his deck, and he still has the Flesh Giants and a couple of other value cards that he might need. At least like the Drain Souls to heal up a little bit. The lower he gets and the more that this rogue draws, the closer it is for the rogue to pull off the combo. The easier it is for the rogue to pull off the combo. But most of the stuff just ends up getting cleared anyway. Heals up to 25. Another part of the quest done. Down to the last stage. Get him. He's looking for something in his raised dead, and he's able to. Yep. Okay, there's the 1-mana 8/6. Perfect. And he's able to do a little bit more progression towards the quest. Will he tap this turn, or will he tap next turn? He'll pass. So he'll tap next turn. Rogue just wants to keep drawing. Keep going and keep drawing. Guessing he probably just has answers. He's bored, because that's what it's kind of been so far. But this board that he's created is a lot more threatening. 2 6/6s, an 8/6, and a 3/3 with lifesteal. Although it doesn't have super high stats, just the lifesteal to keep him at a high health means that he has to fully pull off the rogue combo. I believe it does do 30 damage in total, but he would have to do that all in one turn. And he would have to basically have an empty deck, so he drew every single bleed with the spell damage. Just three more damage. Clicky can have the quest reward. Does he hit the 1/4? I feel like that's maybe not the play, just because. Or he can just put him down to 2 health. Drain soul. Yep, I think he's just gonna look to close out the game. He's like, you know what? I'm focusing too much on the quest. Just hit him hard. There's so many things going on. He just wants to kill the 1/4 so he can't reduce the cost. Yep, so the frenzy only works if it lives the first attack. So now that you just fully cleared it, it's no big deal. Yep. That'll be game. 3-1. All good games as well. I don't know if everyone caught it earlier, but Emily did get a bye that round. Her opponent didn't show. And that'll be the series for everyone. I think everyone's all finished up and waiting for the rounds to end. Yep, everyone's all finished up, so it looks like we are just going to be waiting for round 5. And last time it was quite a bit of a wait. I'm gonna assume, honestly, that it'll be around 4:30 at the next round start. Maybe a little bit sooner, maybe a little bit later. But guessing off how long last time it took just to get these rounds started, we're gonna guess. I'm gonna say 4:30. So that'll be when we return, and I promise next time I won't be muted. that was a whoopsie on my part, but good games by you, Jay, and we'll see you in a couple minutes when we get to round 5 underway.
Alrighty, and welcome back. It is Ark again on the mic. We have round 5 action coming to you here of 6 possible rounds total today. We will be bouncing between games between Clicky, Bridge, and Emilitus. We have a couple of players really pushing for that top 8 spot and trying to play into tomorrow. So we'll do our best to see if we can get there. So we're gonna hop in with Bridge initially here. He's gonna play the Demon Hunter against what appears to be a Libram Paladin right away, and I will keep you all updated on the other games as we progress through. So not totally positive on what the matchup spread is between the Demon Hunter and the Paladin here. However, if the Demon Hunter can mount a decent amount of early game pressure here, you should be okay. But the 1-3 Libram discount plus the 2-1 Legendary Murloc here is going to make things a bit tough to get on board right away. Do see a value trade coming out from Bridge here. Again, thank you all for joining us. Been a fun day of Hearthstone action. I know that Hearthstone might not be necessarily the most fun esport to watch, but I think that a lot of people can come to appreciate the level of gameplay and intricacies that come with the game. So let's go ahead. Looks like Emilitus is just about ready to get her game started. It appears that Clicky is sitting tight for the moment as well. So we'll stay on with Bridge for a while. A couple options here between the I-Beam. Skull of Gul'dan might not be bad, but I-Beam is not a bad pickup. Get that Outcast buff alongside that other 2-drop this turn, perhaps. Or I could just drop the Cultist this turn as well, make a couple of value trades. It's like we're just going to see a hero power face, and probably killing the Murloc here. Yep. So Bridge doing a good job of hedging his bets and pushing that damage, which is pretty important to do on Paladin before they can get into their power turns, where they're playing Libram of Hope, and which I consider to be one of the more broken cards that have come out in the past couple of years. Getting an 8/8 Divine Shield Taunt and healing for 8 seems pretty dang good, if you ask me. So see the Carrier Roam coming out for Bog Nasty here. He's been on stream before today against one of our other players. The I-Beam's going to take out Carrier there. We're probably just going to see this 2/2 go face. Apologies for my hoarse voice. I'm going to grab some water quick. Alrighty. Back hydrated. Sure to drink plenty of water, folks. This is your daily hydration check. So it looks like Bridge has kind of swung things back in his favor a little bit here, but a four-mana Libram of Hope's going to shut the door on that pretty quickly. The extra Libram of Wisdom. This Paladin has definitely hit their curve the way that they needed to get out in front during this game. Devout People is going to come down as well. And you have to about imagine that that's going to be very, very difficult for Bridge to get through. You see the 3-2 trade here. Drop down this 5-drop here. Going to take care of the taunt. Don't have nearly enough damage to push through that 9-9. Going to trade it off anyway and pop that shield. Libram of Judgment. That corruption. Bit of some reinforcements coming out from Bog Nasty here. Skull of Gul'dan off the top for Bridge here. He's going to get access to some pretty decent value cards for free here. However, it might just be too little too late. It's just going to play out the hand and hope. But that 2-4 is not going to survive that punch very easy. And that punch is going to all but slam the door there for Bridge. He realizes the position he's in. So he's going to move things to game number 2. So let's go ahead and transition on over to Emilitus here and see what we have working. Looks like we have a Shaman against Hunter matchup. A matchup we've seen a few times today. That Felmaw is going to get a very decent trade-off for Emilitus there. I very much like the taunt minion coming down here. I'm going to get a little buff on those minions as well. Or on those spell cards, rather, for the next turn. Whack-a-Mole Hammer going to come out here, though, and that's going to give a buff to the 2-1 that he's probably just trading off anyway. Yep. We'll swing things back over. This game is going to be very tempo-driven. That Rhino is probably going to come out this turn. I would like to see the Rhino this turn for just like a little bit more tempo, but maybe she values the rush damage to hit face. So maybe it's not that terrible of a play. Shaman sitting at 14 does have ways to heal, though. And that is definitely one of them with the Canal Slogger coming down. It's going to give access to some really decent heal. 7 heal for 4 mana seems pretty dang good. Nice little spell off the top to offset some of that damage. And it's like it never happened, but like we said in the past, Hunter does have a little bit of trouble pushing through some of that extra damage when they get down to, you know, this 1 or 2 card situation that they're put in towards the end of the game. Shaman's going to draw a weapon there. Guardian Og Merchant as well, which is honestly a pretty decent pickup. We can get a little more attack onto the Rhino here. Value trade off what I assume to be the 4/4. Push 1 damage to face. But now the Shaman's got to sink some resources into the Rhino if he wants to prioritize it here. Looks like he's just going to toss down the Fire Elemental, though, and throw down an Ice Rager. You like to see it. I like any variation of the Fire Rager, the Magma Rager. That's what it is. Any variation of Magma Rager always makes me pretty happy to see. So if I'm Emilitus here, I'm just going to try and tunnel face. It almost might not have been worth it to even just play the 1/1 that turn, just for the possibility of another Canal Slogger, perhaps. But sticking the minions on board, you kind of have to respect any damage that the Shaman's willing to throw out. Or the Hunter's willing to throw out, rather. So we're going to get the Canal Slogger down again, as we feared. And that's going to heal the Shaman back to 14. And with the Hunter in top deck mode, I can about imagine that Emilitus won't quite have enough damage to push through at the end here. So, unfortunate result there. But let's go ahead and pop back over to Evan, who's currently taking a look at his matchup charts here. Looks like he's going to run with the Quest Warlock against Rogue. We saw him play this matchup earlier, and it seems to be pretty much in the Warlock's favor, I would say, for the most part. But it really depends on the Rogue, hitting their card draw and their necessary pieces early on. If they bottom deck some of their really important combo cards, then obviously it's pretty bad for them. With the Warlock having a little bit of access to heal later on as well, they can kind of find a way to get out of range. So we're just going to see a tap from the Warlock here, nothing too crazy. Looks like Emily over on the other side of things is queuing up Face Hunter into Mage, it appears, which should be a pretty decent matchup for her. And Bridger is currently playing a Face Hunter into a Handlock. He's got the Warlock down to about 15 HP after about 5 turns. So things are looking pretty good for him for the most part. Trying to watch both games at once as well. We can take a peek at the end of this game while we're waiting. The Bridge here, the Warlock down to 6 HP. Goes down even further to 4 now. It's a Drain Soul though. Is it enough to withstand the damage though? And he does not quite get the heal off there. So nice little win for Bridge in that scenario, which will be really nice to see him go up 1-0 in that series. Meanwhile, Clicky was able to drop an 8-6 after having a full hand, which is some very decent pressure against the Rogue here. If you can find a way to deal with some of the immediate pressure on the Rogue's board, that thing can put in a lot of work. However, Brain Freeze is still a very, very good card, and Swindle's going to come out relatively early as well. Ugh. Bridger hops into the next game. He's going to run a Demon Hunter into a Warlock, it appears. Looks like we're going to see a full clear from Wild Rose here on the Rogue. Guardian Og Merchants. Giving some of those important cards for the Rogue a little bit more resiliency. Octobot's going to go face here for a little extra chip damage. Rome picked up for the side of the Warlock. Looks like Clicky's just going to drop down a 5/4 Rush Minion along with another friend of his. He's going to Tour Guide to get that extra healing here. And we'll be able to also use the Mortal Coil this turn as well to pick off one of these 2/1s. It's like he's going to pick off the 3/1. Picks up another Tour Guide, which is nice. And he's probably debating on whether or not he wants to actually go for a clear here. 5/4 is a decent pressure on board, but kind of have to preserve your life total and get to some of your bigger turns later on. That Flesh Giant obviously is becoming a pretty big threat as it keeps getting discounted. And a few other things that the Warlock can do in the late game that can really send them over the top. So another Swindle coming out here for the Rogue. Great card draw, great value so far. We're at a standstill in this game, it appears. Lots of decisions to make with this Rogue deck. I feel like it can be a bit difficult to pilot at times because it's a lot more complicated than just tossing down cards and trying to, get the most favorable result. You definitely have to really hedge your bets a little bit. Wand Thief is going to come down here. Mage spells are just good, especially when a Rogue is using them and it allows them to keep the tempo of the game moving in their fashion. Especially like this first flame here, taking the 5-2 off the board and removing some of that immediate damage while keeping some of your smaller threats on. It's honestly a really good thing for the rogue. Because this 1 to 3 to 4 damage each turn tends to rack up against Warlock pretty quickly. Clicky. Plenty of options in hand this turn. Only 6 mana to deal with it though. Probably not in danger of dying just yet. Wants to preserve some of that life total as Mecha Jiraxis is computing. Love the Mecha Jiraxis voice lines, by the way. He's one of my favorite hero portraits. One of the first hero portraits that actually came out, by the way, when they started doing bundles where you could buy a hero portrait alongside your pre-expansion pass. So looks like Clicky really wants to try to finish that quest as soon as possible to give him a bit of a power spike. Flesh Giant's just going to come down and kind of contest this board alone. However, it is an 8-8, and the rogue doesn't really appreciate a whole lot of that damage coming upstairs just because of their inability to heal a lot of the damage that they take throughout the game. So it'll be interesting to see how Wild Rose approaches this threat. Another Brain Freeze would be a very good option here. Perhaps some other options to kind of just delay some of that 8 damage. Kazakis is a good way to do it. Might be building a 1-1 golem here. Can about imagine a 5-drop golem is better here though. Maybe the rogue is okay with taking some of this damage this turn. Two mana left for the rogue, but rogues have a tendency to do a lot with very little mana. Appreciate you guys for hanging out today. If you guys have a Twitch Prime available, go ahead and check that out. Twitch Prime allows you to get a free subscription each month with your Amazon Prime account linked to it. You don't have to use it on us, but I encourage you to use it on at least somebody. Small creators especially really appreciate having that extra sub each month, so go ahead and check that out if you have it. Otherwise, if you don't have that available to you and you like what you see from the stream, go ahead and hit us up with a follow as well. We stream multiple games a week. We are streaming Hearthstone today. On Monday, we will be streaming, I believe, a Rocket League matchup along with our Overwatch Orange team. We have a couple other options for games during the next week as well. So stay tuned for more action. Hit us up with that follow button. Hit us with a bell so you can see when we go live. Very much appreciate having the viewers hanging out with you guys and contributing to the esports scene. This will be the final Hearthstone qualifier for the fall season. Hearthstone works very similarly to Smash Bros, where there's 2 fall qualifying competitions and 2 spring competitions. And based off of place winnings, players will accumulate a point total, and then the top 8 point totals will qualify for the finals in the spring. So getting forward to tomorrow and getting some of those points for a top 8 finish would be very, very beneficial for some of our players. Brain Freeze is finally going to come out onto the Giant here. Second Brain Freeze is actually just going to take care of it. But a good amount of resources tossed down for the Rogue this turn. Wants to keep creating that space in that hand and drawing cards, getting closer to their combo. So Clicky on a bit of a timer now. Really has to be cognizant of the way he plays these next couple of turns. Garrote is going to come down here, and those 3 are going to get shuffled back in. Let's see if this rogue knows how to use this combo effectively. Couple more Garrotes going in. Only 12 HP left for the Warlock. In dangerous territory, facing down a relatively threatening board for the most part. 3, 6, 8, 10 damage on board. Only needs 1 Garrote or any kind of damage at all. Rush minion coming down for the Warlock. Gonna finish that quest. Deal a little bit more damage to the face. More damage coming in. Another rush minion coming down. It's going to have access to some good healing here. 8 on the healing, and then all of a sudden, it looks like Clicky's kind of swung things back in his favor, but he's going to have to avoid a lot of those cards that were shuffled back into the deck of the Rogue. Like a Rogue can definitely rack up a lot of damage very, very quickly with the right draw. Start with Penflinger here. Cult. Necrolite here. 2 minions going to come in from Shroud of Concealment. Still nothing for damage, however. Penflinger are going to come down here. The Rogue trying to push through as much damage as they can. It's going to have to make a couple of trades here. I can imagine that Divine Shield's maybe going to get popped off the Null, but looks like he just wants to throw damage into the face here. Warlock with 14 to 9 damage is not undoable for a Warlock to toss out from hand here, so it'll be very interesting to see if this decision not to trade here from Wild Rose is going to come back to bite him at all. And it looks like it is going to, and you see again that 5/5 giving Wind Fury to adjacent minions just keeps winning games. And people continue to get punished by it. So very good maneuver there by Clicky to take that game 1 in this very pivotal set when it comes to making top 8 tomorrow. So GG's to Clicky there. He's going to move on into game 2. But for the time being, let's go ahead and check in and see how Bridge is doing. Looks like Emily is deadlocked right now against a mage with her druid running out of resources, however. Which is a bit unfortunate to see, but looks like Bridge has a few good things going for him here. Double watch post being one of them, especially if you can cripple a lot of the Warlock threats early on. Looks like he's going to prioritize getting rid of them, though. Going to take some of that extra damage, but he is going to complete the quest here and move on to the next stage. It's a little bit more healing to the face, and Bridge is going to have to draw into a lot of his threats over the next coming turns if he wants to stay in this game. Two 2/1 Squirrel coming out. Very nice. Just going to drop the 4/4 here. Get a little bit of damage to the face after clearing the minion off. Very nice. Excuse me. Raised Dead coming in for the Warlock here. More damage to face, more quest progress. A couple more options in the hand as well. Two 1 for Bridge here. Pop down a couple of discount minions here. Nice little combo. It's going to make the board a little bit more sticky, a little bit more threatening. However, Druid being out of cards in the hand is not a place that they want to be, especially when they're playing aggressively. So being in talk deck mode this early on, especially if the Warlock can find a way to deal with this board, is going to be a pretty high risk, high reward scenario. Couple touch of Seth Regime going out here. I can imagine we're going to see a Mortal Coil or two. That's exactly what we're going to see here. Oh, it appears that the Death Rattle actually just allows the Druid to draw cards. So top 3 cards from each deck going out here. I think that's a relatively good scenario for the Druid to be in here. And now all the card draw in the world could come out here, but a little bit of mana inefficiency. It's kind of hard to work with that even number of mana with the cards that he wanted to play that turn. So a little bit of a miscue there, but Extra board presence nonetheless. And copying those extra minions can definitely prove to be pretty useful here. However, we're going to see Backfire come here. It's going to draw 3 cards, finish the next part of that quest. 4 mana left to deal with. A little bit of healing to the face here. Popping the shield and a soul run's going to come out. And it's going to be quite a few cards for the Warlock going out here, but high risk, high reward. I mean, you feel like the Warlock's probably in a good enough scenario now. Know the Druid can't really draw into a lot of their threats super easily. So just going to toss down a Flesh Giant and hope it works out here. Battle Frog. Clicky just popped into the stream room and would like me to show you the Battle Frog on stream. It's always funny when you see a hexed toad putting in work, but we're going to transition back to Bridge's game here for the time being. Appears that Emilitus was unable to push through in that last game, so she'll fall another game in the series. Bridge finding difficulty in this matchup here. Gonna have to push through this taunt this turn, but we'll draw 2 cards. Park Panther coming out. Just 1 mana off. Unfortunately, Noyatron's gonna have to come down and protect a little bit here, but you can about imagine that Bridge might be running out of resources here. And then giving those adjacent minions Wind Fury places it on an interesting side here. I guess it doesn't quite matter nonetheless. But that Flesh Giant is just going to hit twice to the face. And I think this is the 4th or 5th game that I've casted where this Battlegrounds, Battlemaster, or whatever it's called, has come down in 1 game. So obviously a pretty staple card in the meta at the moment. But let's go ahead and transition back on into Clicky at the moment. See how he's dealing with this Shaman pressure with his aggro Druid. Melitus playing a Druid into a Demon Hunter at the moment. Here's that Clicky has a lot of the control in the matchup right now. Lots of damage coming through. Shaman down to just 9. A lot of work to do to get back into the game as well. See the Lily Pad Lurker going to come out here. Another Battle Frog coming down. However, Clicky does just have lethal on board with this setup here. So the Shaman's probably going to have to roll. Oh, I was going to say he's going to have to roll a Taunt Totem, but those squirrels are going to be just enough. And that's enough to win the game on the opponent's turn there. So GG's to Clicky in that game there. I'm pretty sure his series is now 2-0. So he's moving on into the Hunter. Let's go ahead and check in with Emilitus here. All 3 UJ players bringing a Druid matchup this week. Bridge currently running an aggro Druid mirror with Bog Nasty. Clicky running a Hunter into Shaman now. And Emilitus here trying to push this Druid through against this Demon Hunter. And it looks like things are pretty decent at the moment for her. And that's actually going to be enough just for Baggles to concede. So good tempo play there by Emilitus to get a win there. Very nice to see. Quest Mage gameplay going to come out here pretty soon. Let's pop back on in with Clicky. Wailing Vapor coming down for the Shaman. 1-2 for 1-3. I'd imagine we'll probably just see a Felma and a Punch Face here. That's exactly what we will see. Let's see how the Shaman decides to retaliate here. If I'm Clicky, I would like to just see a Totem here and a pass. However, it does appear that the Auction House Gavel is going to come down here. Give him a little access to some buffs in his hand. Coin's going to come down. I can imagine we'll see a decent threat here. Another Wailing Vapor. Kind of a budget mana worm, if you will, but just dealing with elementals rather than spells. It's a pretty interesting card. See tracking come out here, so he's going to discover a card. Quick shot, probably the play here. It's probably just going to clean up that 2-3, and we'll move on here. So this is going to be a battle of resources between the Hunter and the Shaman here, especially with these aggressive decks running out of card draw like pretty early on. Can be pretty impactful, and then we're stuck in more of a top deck war as the game progresses. So card draw coming out for the Shaman. Shaman's pretty good at drawing cards for the most part. Hunter, not so much. So we shall see if that proves to be a handicap later on. Let's see where this Felmod's going to connect at. Decent result. Probably the worst. So would have really liked to see that one go to the middle. Unfortunate. Couple options here for Clicky now. Probably like to clear off that 2-3 if possible. Looks like he's just going to weapon up here. Appears that Bridge has fallen behind in his Druid mirror, and he's probably going to fall in this next game here. So his season getting evened up pretty quickly here. Emilitas sticking around with her Quest Mage against Demon Hunter. Pop into that game after this one's over. Felma sitting at 6-1. Obviously going to have to get traded off before it starts dealing more repetitive damage here. Having access to that 5-drop legendary card this next turn here is going to be really nice. And that 110 has got to be a pretty big heartbreaker for Clicky there. That's a very threatening minion to go against an aggro deck here. We're just going to see a punch face and a hit to this 2-1 here. The beast is going to attack afterwards. So this 110 might not appear super threatening on board right now, but after it gets its enrage mechanic, it becomes a rather sticky minion. And hunters typically don't like dealing with sticky minions very often. They like to push all the damage to face, and especially against an aggressive shaman, having access to a minion that can kind of just do the repetitive clearing while your other minions kind of deal the rest of the damage is something that's really, really useful. So getting this this 110 here is actually a pretty sick play. It's like Bridger may be out in this series. Nothing is appearing on his screen at the moment. Whack-a-Ghoul Hammer. Whack-a-Knoll, rather. And getting access, that a 211 now. How does Clicky face this down? Couple options in hand. Like to see some more threats, unfortunately. Probably start with tracking here. Just give you access to a few more options. The Intrepid Initiate could have been an interesting scenario there. I do like picking up the top minion for a little bit of push later on, however. So it looks like we're just going to see the rifle come down here. He's going to punch face. Access to a secret now. Snake Trap, not bad. Not bad at all. Probably would have liked to see a freezing trap there. I think that's kind of what he was going for. Explosive, obviously, is pretty useless with the board state right now. Perhaps another secret could have been decent, but Wild Rose going to check for that secret first by punching with the 211 to see if it's freezing trap. Gets a little bit of intel here, and now the Hunter being at 13 health is not really a place that you really want to be. Shaman just beginning to tunnel the face damage here, down to 9 now. Now down to 6 after the Whack-a-Knoll Hammer. Intrepid Initiate coming down here. Clicky's going to have to get pretty creative with some of these clears. Does have access to a top minion that can challenge that 312. Pending the Shaman doesn't have access to things like Lightning Bolt in hand. Piercing Shot obviously does a lot of work here as well. And we'll probably just see the taunt minion here after a punch to the face. And and now we are up to, we get a little bit of copy action with that secret as well. So, and now we're up to the Shaman not having 6 damage from hand, which seems rather unlikely. But, you know, sometimes you get a little bit unlucky and you bottom deck a lot of your burn, especially when you're playing aggro. So with 6 cards in the hand, however, it's hard to believe that the Shaman doesn't have the ability to do something worthwhile here. He's really thinking about this discover opportunity here. Has to be very careful with the way he approaches this. Him taking this long to make a decision suggests to me that there is no lethal from hand. Playing to his outs, however, needs to be able to clear off some of the damage here. Gets another spell from hand. Doesn't quite snap a lethal yet. 312 is going to go face here, so we'll see if Clicky has the damage from hand. That's going to be 3 damage. That's going to be 6 damage. That's gonna be enough. Math is a very cool thing. So Clicky just barely edging this matchup out, but a very good win. Good for momentum as well. So it looks like that's gonna be a 3-0 for Clicky, I believe, which makes him puts him in a very favorable position with 1 round to go, trying to make that top 8 for tomorrow. Meanwhile, Emilitus appears to be our last player alive at the moment. I shouldn't say alive, but our last player playing at the moment. Kind of deadlocked with this Demon Hunter here. Finds a way to clear the board now. So I can about imagine that Emilitus is 1 crime session away from really popping off in this match here. The Ladari Inquisitor coming out, though. It's going to be a lot of damage going to face. It's going to be that 8 rush damage plus 2. There's another 8. So, Fireball, good card to clear. Keeps you alive, but it feels bad having to toss that burn into a minion. So 9 damage that would have went face gets sunk into the Inquisitor here. 8 damage left. Demon Hunter with a lot of ways to deal that much damage in a turn, so we'll see. Looks like Skull of Gul'dan's going to come down for some more card draw as well. That last match was a 3-0 for Clicky. Trying to look at the rest of the schedule here. Looks like Bridge dropped 2-3 in his series. Emilitus trying to hang on in this one. It's a little freeze action. Manages to keep herself alive for 1 more turn here. Very few resources to work with, however. And we see Death Speaker Blackthorn come down. Gonna bring a couple of those Death Rattle minions in. So it's basically Crime Session or bust at this point for Emilitus. We shall see what the option is here. It's going to be some refreshing spring water. It's going to give her access to a little bit of card draw here. 20 damage seems to be a bit too much. I'm not sure which one that is.
It's on.
Perfect.
Why is it sweaty? This is disturbing.
It's sweaty.
Yes.
That's
God.
not the right one.
Could I just like get some cord?
Yes, sir.
Donkey.
I don't know if you're actually on or not.
I'm on.
Are you?
Yep.
Can you hear yours? I don't know if they can hear you or not.
They can hear me. I'm on. 'Cause
Oh, yeah?
over here.
Oh,
Yeah, because these control input, these control output.
interesting.
Yep.
So we have Clicky in-house here after a nice little 3-0 victory on
What's poppin'?
his opponent. So that puts him at 3-2 on the day with 1 round left to go. What do you think your chances are about making tomorrow?
I don't know, probably pretty good. Kind of good at the game, but so much Hearthstone.
There's a lot of Hearthstone to
Oh,
play.
man.
I have not seen this kind of a format in at least my 5 years of being in esports in the collegiate scene.
Yeah.
It's usually been like a team format, but even so, even with like some of our like initial like playoff pools, those were only 4 games or 4 series.
Yeah, which even that felt like a lot. So playing 6 is just awful. We
It
got
is.
here at noon. We started at noon, and we're still going.
And Emily has like found a way to just fend off this damage for the past, I think, like 3 or 4 turns. And this Demon Hunter not having any damage from hand is actually pretty crazy.
That's not true. He has another weapon and another Illidari Inquisitor. She's more than likely dead unless Inquisitor's bottom card.
Yep. So unfortunate there. Arguably, she survived for a bit longer than she probably should have.
Yeah.
But looks like she's going to drop the game here, and that's unfortunately going to be the series for her. So with 1 round left to go today, we'll see how she does in her last one. Any words before we take a little break here, Clicky?
Why are you guys still here? I don't like playing this. Why do you like watching this? You don't even understand what's going on. It's just pretty pictures just being dragged across the screen. Oh.
That's fair.
Yeah,
Okay.
but yeah, you guys should listen to this music. It's probably better than Hearthstone at this point.
DMCA free, baby. So, unsure of when last round will be pushed through. There's still quite a few games, looks like, that are going on at the moment. So, we'll be back for round 6 here momentarily. So, sit tight, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
All right, welcome back. We're going to start right away watching Emily and her first match of this last round. Going mage into shaman. Started a little tiny bit late. We missed turn 1, but it's okay. It's just turn 1. They just played their quest. Not much was going on. It looks more threatening than it is, but really the shaman just has 2 totems, so. And I'm not muted this time. I'm not goofing. There we go, getting a little progression towards the quest. Love to see it. The shaman's starting off pretty slow. He's just kind of hero powering. Not getting a ton of tempo because it's just a bunch of 0-2s. It also gives Emily more targets for her spells. Actually end up being able to get to the end of her quest a lot faster now that he's just putting out totems that aren't actually putting up any real threat. Oh, there's a bit more stats, but being is already on the last step of the quest, it's really not that threatening. There's a lot of mage spells that can just kill a 5/4. There you go. Now it's gone, like it was never there. Just more targets for the spells. This shaman isn't developing like much of a board. Maybe he just doesn't has the cards he needs right now, but these 1/1s and 1/2s. He had the 1/5/4, but it's not that impressive. They all hit the Anniotron. She's gonna be able to play the quest reward on turn 7, which is pretty good. Especially since she's pretty safe. Basically has 31 health with the 2 armor. And played the ice block as well. Shaman's actually going to trade off the minions. Doesn't matter too much in the end, they're all just 1/1s. He's going to start ripping spells face as soon as possible. And Emily has a lot of draw potential here too. She has 3 cards that can draw her. Well, technically 4 if you count the trading. And she has the fire sale, which wipes this whole board. And the shaman's down to 1 card in his hand. Looking for some more cards first. Yep, I still think it's just always gonna be the fire sale. Still has mana to push more damage face as well. Just gonna go right for the counter spell. Makes sense. Might as well. Those other spells aren't gonna do much right now anyway. Granted, the counter spell isn't gonna do much either, because she's just gonna keep lobbing high damage spells at the shaman. Yeah, not a lot coming out from the shaman. You really just must not be getting like anything. You keep doing a bunch of damage to face. Draw some more cards. I think it's actually that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's better to do the spell damage. Draw cards for the amount of spell damage that you have. I'm pretty sure that draws her 4 cards, but she might overdraw. You probably noticed that. Yeah, I think she would overdraw a couple cards. I think she would overdraw like 1. The shaman did it. Broke the armor, the mage armor. Didn't get any other burn damage from the from that discover, but there's the ignite. That's all she'll need. Oh, did she whiff it? I think she might have misclicked there. Missing lethal a little bit, but it's okay. This game's pretty much in the bag. Shaman gets some last hurrah, some extra damage in. Not going down without a fight. But unfortunately, still gonna go down. Does she know she has the ignite? It can go face? Maybe she's doing a little bit of trolling. I don't think she realizes actually, though. My goodness. Really drawing out the game. Counterspell got some use. She's just trying to play the, oh no, okay. Nope, she's gonna end the game. There we go. And almost at the exact same time, Clicky is about to win as well. All 3 members of the UJ squad are actually gonna finish their games up relatively at the same time. See if I can get to the end of the Clicky game. We can see him get the dub. He's just gonna die to his own minion. There it is. Good stuff. All right, now we'll go quickly over to Bridger's game. He just started his game. See how this one turns out. All right. Getting a little bit of tempo. Mage doesn't really have minions, but he will be able to cast some spells onto that minion. Probably get a little closer to completing the quest. The poison. Having the Skull of Gul'dan in the outcast position for turn 6 is pretty nice though. I'm guessing this matchup's a little rough for Demon Hunter because it's going to be pretty hard to stick stuff on the board. Gonna have pretty big swing turns with the Inquisitor though. So that might be able to do it. A mage always has those freezes. Makes it pretty annoying. That'll be the first step of the quest done. 2 more to go before he gets that reward. Not opting to trade makes sense because can't kill it. Bridger trades, but he'll kill it with his hero power. Make him trade into it. Got the watch post and increasing the cost of spells. That's a good bit of delay, and then he can go right into Skull of Gul'dan this next turn. That's always satisfying. He rips it, nice. Oh, the 5-mana Inquisitor. That's super nice. You can just play that next turn. This mage is in a lot of trouble. And he used the 3-mana Devolving Missiles. It doesn't hit the watch post. Does dormant one of his minions. That's kind of annoying, but what are you gonna do? Yep, incoming damage. Turn 7, 8/8, deal 8 to face. Without that spell damage, not going to be able to just board wipe with Fire Cell. You're going to have to use a lot more spells. 6 mana Refreshing Spring Water, and they both get increased cost. Yeah, they're going to have to get rid of that watch post. But it's already got so much value. The mage has 13 health. Mages, they can't heal. If he can get the mage down to 9, even if he clears everything, on turn 9, Bridge can get the kill. With hero power in the second Inquisitor, it'll just hit face. He just needs to do a little bit more damage. And if he can't kill that Inquisitor now, he's just dead. Sure enough. Well played, well played. And Emily just cruised through her second match, it looks like. Oh, not quite. Looks like we get to see the end of this one too. Let's take a look. 2 health warrior. There we go. We see her secure the dub. I believe that's 2-0 for Emily. Do not. I don't know how Bridger did on his first match, but he also seems to be cruising through. Head over to Clicky's game, check in with him. He's going to be playing that Garrote Rogue. The hand buff paladin seems kind of fun. Then you just get real strong minions in your hand, and they're like, huh? Why is this guy so strong? Nice, getting some clears. Does have a paladin secret, which could be, oh my Yogg. Sure enough, so we'll see what his prep is actually. I think it made his next fire spell cost less, which is unfortunate, because he doesn't have any of those as a rogue. I don't believe. Sure not any in this deck, that's for sure. And he's able to kill the taunt as well, and getting the penflinger back so he can discount the cards in his hand. Got some good board tempo, and he's got some decent card draw right now. He doesn't have any follow-up draw after the swindle, but he's got some decent draw. Penflinger swindle. Oh, that's nice. And now his whole hand, the next turn, will be able to be discounted as well. Looking for, I forgot which card it is, but it's like field cutthroat or something. But it's a 3/2, and when he plays a battle crier combo spell or card, it'll draw him a card. That's what he kind of needs right now. Then he can really get rolling. But that 7/7 should be no big deal, because he'll be able to probably kill it with the prize plunder. Rogue can just play a bunch of stuff, and then it'll combo with the prize plunder really well. It'll just do like a ton of damage for 1 mana. It's great value. Second Flame getting the Penflinger resets. And Emily actually just cruised through all of her matches. She's actually done now. She won all 3 in a row. Just Evan and Bridger left. Clicky, sorry. Prime McGurgle. It's a lot of boys. It's going to be a lot harder to deal with. But if he is able to clear the big damage boys, it shouldn't be that big of an issue. Use that Penflinger to break all those divine shields. Just going to try to get as much damage off the board as possible. He actually is able to clear all of this, but it also takes a lot of resources. He really, really needs to get that 3-2 to get all the cards, all the options in his hand. Because he would just be, he'd be steamrolling right now if he had that, because he could just play out his whole deck pretty much. Because he has the temple, he has the board control. Ah, the icy 2/7, the diamond. Oh, and he gets the buff on him too, that's pretty huge. There goes Clicky's board. Just like that. But if he has that 3-2, he's still not going to get it. He really, really needs that 3-2. Oh, and the Oh My Yog being pretty rough. He's probably not, yeah, he's not going to be able to get that frenzy. Pretty frustrating, but this is still Hearthstone, so there's quite a bit of luck in it. Just looking for 2 cards. Update on Bridger's current game. If he is able to survive his next turn, he will secure the dub as well. But the mage does have full spell damage. Their mage is searching for cards. The mage just drew like 11 cards, unironically. Super close game, yeah, but Bridger does end up falling. Although you guys can't see it. Unfortunate, unlucky. Oh, there's the 3-2. He finally got it. Finally. They got the other secret passage as well. Oh, that's so nice to see. Oh, he's happy now. He's gotta be. Able to get both of those. Both of the. Man, I really wish I knew what they were called, but I'm just not super up to date on all the card names. But he was able to get that 3-2. Able to get a lot of value going, finally. Will he just pick up the snap freeze so he can't do a bunch more damage? Nope, he's gonna get the big freeze, okay. If he can... Paladin only has 1 card, so if he can survive this turn, he's looking really good. His deck's really low too, so he should be able to pull off the combo next turn as well. And to believe that that card that the Paladin just played also helps him draw. So he's really just going to have everything. Paladin's really thinking about trading. But instead he'll just go face. Alright. He's one card off, but I'm pretty sure he has everything. He might have goofed a little bit. Oh, there's the Aug Merchant. But he should be good since the Paladin does only have 16 health. Should be fine. There we go. That should draw the rest of the bleeds, and that should be the end of the game. There we go, perfect. GG's there. Quickly head over to Bridger's game. He's got a pretty tense one going, also against a Paladin. A lot of value. That Divine Shield pretty much gives a free trade. Then he is able to summon the double taunts, which is always nice. All his minions sorry. The death rattles. Stumbling over my words I am. My goodness. I actually don't know what that card gives for the death rattle though. Ah, draw a card. Figured it out. Probably should have realized that after the first death rattle, but here we are. I love those 2/4s, especially when he plays them with the watch posts. Just makes it borderline unplayable. But he's gonna go for the many taunts. And giving him divine, or one of them divine shield, and upping the damage. Yep, he'll end up trading. He'll trade the 4/3. He'll keep the value makers on board. Keep the threat up. McGurgle Prime. He's back. Get double watch post down. He can't really trade efficiently, so he's just gonna go face aggro druid doing aggro druid things. But I think the Paladin's counting lethal, so he does have some pretty high damage cards, but he does have to go through that Divine Shield taunt. So he has 10, 15, 19 damage, so he would need 5 more damage right now. Those Divine Shields really being a problem. He's going to actually trade with the Watch Posts, which is pretty rough. Trades out one of the value makers. He's just going to end up drawing cards for him. He just really doesn't want Bridger to have any resources. Wants to set up his own lethal. Playing the 1/1 seems a little strange. Unless he just has board space for everything else. And hero power instead. I don't think this one's quite over, but I do think Clicky's is about to be. So we're going to quickly swap to him, watch him get the dub. Because I know he has lethal in hand. Beautiful. Able to see it. Nice. I believe that's 3-0 for Clicky. Yep. Saying the GG's. Alright, now we'll head back to Bridger. See if he'll be able to close this one out. He's really just trying to have taunts up so he doesn't die. But all of a sudden, this paladin's looking mighty scary. Paladin actually has lethal right now. He probably knows it, but he's got 19 just from his 2 buffed minions. Yeah, he knows. Well played by him. Unfortunately, it does lead to Bridger taking the L. Might be able to see his 1-3. Unfortunate. But I actually think that is all the matches done. Emily got a quick 3-0. Clicky got a 3-0, and then Bridger ended with a 1-3, and I believe that is all the rounds today. We'll go take a peek at Clicky's screen because he might be checking his placements. All in all, good games from UJ today. Very well played. Everyone was doing good things. A long session of Hearthstone though. And depending if Clicky actually makes top 8, he might be able to he might be playing tomorrow. If he does, that'd be the only thing. But that'll pretty much wrap it up for today. Go to the see you next time. Might go check, maybe see if Clicky wants to say anything. Who knows? It's been a long day for Hearthstone, so big sigh. They've been here pretty much noon till now, so it's 7 hours of Hearthstone tournament. But yeah, thanks everyone for watching and supporting UJ. Appreciate it. It was a good time, especially those who stayed here all that time. Like, oh boy, oh man, it's a long time to watch someone play Hearthstone. But yeah, so hope you guys have a good rest of your day, and thanks again for watching.